There was no sense of time in these mountains, unknown just how many years passed. Xianxia traveled further and further along the path of cultivation, forgetting time, forgetting cold and in heat. Time silently went on, more than 10 years quickly passing just like that. His Dao skills were improving, magical force becoming more and more profound. With a slight movement, he could cross the starry sky. With a breath, the essence of sun and moon would be absorbed, the white energy endless. All of the stars in the sky were shining, silver splendor resplendent, gathering towards him. This starry sea's essence was entering and leaving his mouth, the scene astonishing. For 10 years, Xianxia's Dao advanced, becoming more and more stable, quite a bit of his own inner dangers eliminated. He sat in the starry skies, relaxing his body. His magical projection immediately became larger, incredibly majestic and boundless like a world-creating giant. His body was massive, just too astonishing. In his surroundings, the sun, moon, and stars swirled about. As his hair descended, there was radiance that was released, as if a silver river was descending. This world truly has entered a cultivationless age. Otherwise, I might have already reached the peak of supreme being level, Xianxia said quietly. He opened his eyes, divine light pouring out, illuminating the ice-cold universe. In reality, his cultivation speed was already fast enough, far exceeding the imagination of normal. If others heard what he just said, they would definitely become incredibly angry. This was the cultivationless age. However, for him, this was indeed a bit slow. Moreover, this type of speed would only continue to slump, all the way until it would be difficult to make any little bit of progress. This was the suppression of heaven and earth, a type of retaliation. The only fortunate thing was that the blade of heavens didn't really bother him. This prison as if innately having some type of restriction that was astonishingly powerful. This prison sealed off all types of paths, but it also stopped the terrifying corrosion of the cultivationless age. Compared to the 3,000 provinces, the lower realm's cultivationless age was still rather light. It was a prison during prosperous times, also a prison in defeat. Previously trapped cultivators, but now it became a sheltering umbrella. However, the so-called prison was going to be infiltrated in the end as well. The cultivationless age's invasion wasn't far. It's time for me to face the immortal breaking curse again. Xianxia got up, heading towards the restricted region lord's place again. During these years, his cultivation followed a pattern. Every so often, he would enter the void god realm, fight life and death battles with the creatures in the prison. Then, he would come back with a dying primordial spirit, quietly meditating, carefully comprehending his insights. After digesting it all, he would then head to the restricted region lord. In the blink of an eye, another 20 to 30 years passed, time seemingly nothing before cultivation. Xianxia completely immersed himself within, increasing his own cultivation, continuously advancing. This year, if he carefully counted it up, Xianxia's age should have already passed 100. However, he continued to spend his days unconscious of the boundaries between himself and the external world, fully concentrated on comprehending the Tao and fighting, forgetting all else. That was why he didn't actually feel the great changes of time. Things were just like before. It was just like the cultivators recorded in some books. Even after many years passed, their minds still remained bright, pure like crystals. He really was born to cultivate. His cultivation speed was just too shocking, exceeding the imagination of ordinary cultivators. At the age of 100 years, he already rose to the peak of supreme being, standing at the summit of the mortal Dao domain. He could sweep through any opponent at the mortal realm, not needing to fear anything. Comparatively speaking, in the past few decades, his cultivation speed really did slow down, forced to accumulate it bit by bit. The cultivationless age severely locked down everyone in the world. Moreover, the effects of the cultivationless age were still continuing. This world hadn't stabilized yet, the greater situation not pausing all this time. In the past few decades, the environment worsened. Oh, inside the Golden Palace, Xianxia roared even louder, enduring tremendous pain. A lot of blood energy poured out through the cracks in the palace gates, stirring the wind and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled here. His 100-years-old body seemed to have been sensed by this heaven and earth as well. The blade of heavens will hacked down, flying into the restricted region's golden ancient palace. Sure How was resisting the immortal breaking curse, but he couldn't ignore the blade of heavens will either. This time it continued for several days. All of the bones in his body were first smashed apart, and then reconstructed. His Tao skills were compressed, a bit of his Tao dissolved. In others' eyes, this was wasting away magical force, cutting down cultivation. But in Sure Hao's opinion, this was a tempering, refining true metals through flame, only leaving behind the essence. One day, when his Tao skills no longer deteriorated, it would be when he succeeded, becoming unmatched. Sure Hao released a light sigh. He opened his eyes, leaving this ancient palace. Recently, his Tao skill advance was extremely limited. He already reached the peak of mortal Tao, even the amount dissolved by the immortal breaking curse each time becoming less. Sure Hao walked out of this place. The golden palace turned into a rain of light, disappearing, leaving behind remains, as well as bare broken mountains and other things. This ancient palace was something created by the restricted region lord to begin with, not something that really existed. Sure Hao stood there, gazing into the sky. He used several decades to reach the supreme being level, and then many decades to slowly rise to the peak of this realm. This world was becoming more and more cruel as expected. However, he should also be content with what he did have. After all, he was a supreme being, his Tao skills reaching the absolute peak of mortal Tao. That was why he could still resist the rebound, continuously advancing. In the recent decades, the children born into this world lost the ability to cultivate, difficult for them to establish a foundation, hard for them to step on the path of cultivation. The spiritual essence of the world has dried up, the great Tao gradually getting more and more distant, more and more terrifying. The bitterness of a cultivationless age has still appeared in the end. Sure Hao said to himself. Now, his cultivation had already reached the peak of supreme being, but he didn't pay the restricted region lord a visit, not asking him to construct a transport formation, take him to the damn world. The higher one's cultivation reached, the more one could sense their own lacking. Sure Hao still wasn't satisfied. The peak of supreme being was already the summit of mortal Tao. Could he not take half a step further? He was always thinking to himself. Could it be that after this, he could only become a true immortal? However, why did he feel like Great Elder before he achieved immortality, was different, exceeding other supreme beings? He didn't enter the realm of true immortals, but he already possessed a type of unmatched aura. This type of aura was something that Jin Taijun and even the foreign supreme beings didn't have. Apart from Great Elder Meng Tianjing, Sure Hao only sensed a bit of it from the peak condition Immortal Wang. I still need to become even stronger. Sure Hao headed into that ruined world again, the one the restricted region lord provided. This was a supreme being level battlefield, all of them prehistoric creatures, some of them unheard of. When he dragged his weary body out again, Sure Hao returned to Stone Village, starting to think about his future path. He wanted to think things through because right now his path had already reached its end. During the past few decades, Stone Village's transformation wasn't small. The population became greater, the territory they occupied becoming more and more vast. Fortunately, Stone Village had long made preparations. This place had the 9 dragons pulling coffin, and there was a world within that bronze coffin. It was filled with greenery, the spiritual essence abundant. The new children and some of the elders were sent inside, either building the foundation or enjoying their later years. This was a pure land. Even though they were inside a coffin, not seeming that auspicious in reality, it really helped Stone Village's later generations. It wasn't like the cultivationless age where one couldn't cultivate. The others in the village who had long stepped on the road of cultivation finally sensed the misfortune of this generation. Even though they had been brought into primal chaos, cultivated in the bronze coffin, they still felt like their cultivation speeds had slowed greatly, finding this a bit hard to accept. The very best of them received great benefits during these years. Western Tomb Realm became a precious land for them to fight in, sharpen themselves. They often went there to bathe in blood, fight to their heart's content. Now, several layers of the underground realm had been opened by them. However, when it touched upon the supreme being burial land, there really was no way for them to continue. During these years, their cultivation increased somewhat, but it couldn't compare to the speeds from before at all. However, everyone's Tao foundations were being tempered, becoming unimaginably stable. These years, Mu Qing, Shizhong, Zhu Lin, and others cultivated bitterly and relentlessly, but they still stopped at the late stage of self-release. No fate with Supreme Being, unable to find a path forward. This was the case for the Crimson Dragon as well, stuck at the late stage of self-release realm, unable to make the slightest bit of progress. The curse of 500 years, apart from sure how it was something difficult for others to break through. The cultivationless age made them feel even more powerless. They began to wonder, if this continued, would they even be able to become supreme beings? It was too difficult, especially in recent years, their Tao skills almost coming to a complete halt, unable to increase even a hair. What were they supposed to do? They reached the end of the road. Uncle How, our paths seem to have been cut off. Difficult to advance even an inch no matter how we cultivate. We need the tempering of a tremendous amount of time, and only then can we increase a bit in cultivation. This won't do. Big bro, we want to become stronger. A group of people consulted Sure How, a bit anxious. They understood just what type of grim test they had to face in the future. The greater environment would become incomparably cruel. How could this bit of cultivation be enough? Sure How sat at the head of the village, silently turning through a jade book. This was the immortal Tao scripture he brought out from immortal ancient remains during the great battle of 3,000 provinces in the past. In the final destination, there were some ancient coffins. Within each one was an immortal Tao scripture. Back then, 10 Crown King Ningchuan exiled immortal Shuri himself and others all obtained one. Before, Sure How had flipped through it as well, but only in the past few decades did Sure How truly begin to carefully read it, carefully cultivate, sensing the various chances of immortal ancient methods. Unfortunately, this text didn't record how to break out of the cultivationless age either. Zhu Lin, Mu Qing, and the others had flipped through it as well. For these people, regardless of whether it was the present world methods or immortal ancient methods, Sure How had passed them all down, letting them choose their paths themselves. Then he produced a jade box. Unfortunately, after it was opened, there was another seal. Even with his current cultivation at the Supreme Being realm, it was actually still not enough. Based on his suspicions, there should be an ancient scripture inside of this as well. Back then, in immortal ancient remains, apart from the many ancient coffins that carried immortal Tao scriptures, there was an altar that consecrated this jade case, standing apart from the others. Sure How released a light sigh, collecting the jade box. He suspected that it might very well be an immortal king scripture. Big bro, we have to strive for changes, or else we'll be trapped in the lower realms. The cultivationless age is becoming more and more cruel, much more serious than even several decades ago. Mu Qing said. He was a dozen or so years younger than Sure How, his cultivation now reaching the late stage of self-release realm, but just couldn't make any more improvements. I wonder what those geniuses who entered immortal domain are like. At that time, they were at the peak of self-release realm. Could it be that they could break into the supreme being level? Zhu Lin was a bit jealous. Impossible. Even in immortal domain, it is difficult for them to break the curse unless they are the children of immortal kings or innately have unmatched immortal king bloodlines. Shizhong didn't believe it. I am pursuing a path, but it has not matured yet. I don't dare teach it to you all. It seems like I have to work harder. Strive for changes, Sure How said. He felt pressured. After all these years, the cultivation environment in immortal domain was completely different from this place. He had to quickly rise up. Even though the world's environment changed, it wasn't an excuse for him to stop. If he wanted to break through the cultivationless age's shackles, then he had to strive for changes. In the cultivationless age, one can only obtain life by seeking change. Only then can one go even further. Sure How sensed where the issue lied. The shackles of the world descended, the original systems were all suppressed. Without change, if they just continued the grind, there would only be slight advancements to their cultivation. However, if one wanted to achieve immortality, then it wasn't too likely. There was no way of achieving immortality before. The environment didn't allow for it, let alone this cultivationless age. You all should continue to cultivate bitterly. There is no need to feel anxious, just continue calmly. Even though it is hard to advance your cultivation right now, there are strange transformations within yourselves. This is a rare type of accumulation. You all are continuously strengthening your foundation, establishing true great Tao paths. Sure Hao told them, telling them not to worry. Many years later, all of you will understand that today's foundation establishment is for a future harvest. Even though your Tao skills aren't advancing, this is a form of natural luck in itself. As for how great your achievements will be in the future, it might very well depend on the solitary torment of this age. Sure Hao said with a serious voice. Some words were there for encouragement, some a type of feeling. Even though he felt rather pressed for time, wishing to increase his cultivation, he also knew that too much was just as bad as not enough. Sometimes only by stopping for a bit can one see a different world. Sure Hao entered the primal chaos, cultivating alone. It was because normal places couldn't bear his tests. Just any random strike might cause the starry skies to rupture, absolutely catastrophic. The people he left behind were baffled, gaining some type of understanding. They were no longer anxious, quietly thinking about their future path. There were some who had extremely high comprehension, feeling like this type of cultivation without results was also a type of sharpening. Cultivation was something obtained through solitude and bitterness to begin with. Investing without return right now was a process of battering human will during their great Tao paths, an essential experience. Mu Qing, Shi Zhong, and the others were all cultivation geniuses. Soon afterwards, they shifted from pessimism and helplessness to viewing it as tempering themselves, believing that this was a Tao comprehension process. If outsiders learned of this, they would definitely sigh in astonishment. The best of these geniuses really weren't ordinary. I feel like I'll make a breakthrough soon. Even if my cultivation doesn't make any breakthroughs, the future path will become more and more vast. I also have a type of feeling. Even though my magical force hasn't grown more profound, as we cultivate, our physical bodies are changing. For example, our bone marrow has actually developed a faint golden luster. Our constitution is currently being changed, undergoing a type of transformation. They were optimists, encouraging themselves, especially since they all experienced great suffering before. They were people who walked out from the original imperial pass. Their wills were incredibly tough even if they didn't want them to be. It was because from the moment they were born, they already witnessed a segment of history filled with bloody tears. We will become stronger and stronger. We are descendants of the 7 kings, our ancestors' true immortal kings. We are the same as the emperor clans of the other side. We've seen Anlin and Shichuo's descendants. We can also fight against them. We want to rise up. After this day, the dispirited attitudes of some people in Stone Village completely disappeared. They were no longer anxious or worried. All of them began to brim with confidence. They fought everywhere, sharpening themselves. Many dangerous lands in the lower realm's 8 regions were explored by them. Western Tomb Realm, even the level that had a supreme being corpse-buried, was carefully investigated by them. There are true immortals, their blood still surging with heat. Not like corpses at all, it truly is strange. These are definitely immortal Tao great medicines. They dug into the depths of Western Tomb Realm, saw true immortal remains buried in the snow caves. Even though they remained far away, they were still completely stunned, eventually backing away. They didn't dare act carelessly. Even though it was dead, creatures of that level were still deadly. Mu Qing and the others felt like these were the remains of a true immortal. The roiling hot immortal blood might be beneficial for Shi Hao. Shi Hao was currently comprehending the Tao. He stood in the primal chaos, staying far from the 8 regions, undistracted. His hands continuously formed imprints, the embodiment of his thoughts. All of the methods he had studied, from the Kuan-Peng technique to Willow Deity method, then from Lightning Emperor divine ability to True Phoenix secret method, and then to the Solitary Buddha 8th forms to 6 Tao Reincarnation's heavenly art, there were too many. All types of methods circulated within his mind. There were present-world methods, surpassing the limits as well as ancient methods. That immortal Tao Jade book released endless sounds, quickly turned by him. All types of methods intertwined. Sure how wished to merge it all together, forge his own path, a method suitable for himself. By his abdomen the sea of reincarnation appeared. This was a secret place within his body that he had successfully created a long time ago, merging all of the heavenly passages into one. He could compress them to one point, and then let everything explode, producing yin and yang energies. This was just like a sea of reincarnation in one's abdomen region, a source of life. Produced magical force, grasped life and death. Scripture sounds sounded in his mind, all types of methods appearing there. Sure how's mind wandered, rising from his abdomen, as if it constructed a divine bridge leading to a shore. With a hong noise, he charged into his 5 inner viscera. Heaven and earth are separated into yin and yang, 5 elements mutually supporting and suppressing each other, deriving the endless transformations of the world. These are the true parts of a foundation. Sure how sat there for more than 10 years, guiding the 5 elements' energy into his own 5 viscera, matching them. A world-shocking path was brought about, causing powerful magical force to surge. In the past, this was precisely how he released the hidden capabilities within his 5 viscera. There were concentrated gates here, but they were definitely not as clear back then as they were now. He already continued along this path. He understood its significance. One's abdomen as a sea of reincarnation. After yin and yang energies mutually circulated, he then established the body's second secret realm complete path, the 5 viscera as the foundation, creating Tao palaces. The 5 visceras have spirit. Sure how released a light sigh. When he used all of the methods he was proficient in and merged them, what he discovered with shock was that the Tao palaces began to release scripture sounds themselves. Apart from the primordial spirit, perhaps the body's spirit can also reside here. Sure how searched about examining this. He researched the second secret realm of the human body, the Tao palace, formed from the 5 viscera. It really was like a great Tao palace, within them residing the spirit of man, or perhaps it was his subconscious lightly chanting scriptures here. The 5 viscera respectively have a spirit? No, there are many spirits, all of them chanting scriptures, all of them chanting for me to hear. However, why does it sound so distant, rather unclear? Sure how was talking to himself, comprehending his own method. In a flash, he began to examine his own body, operating all of his techniques, continuously thinking to himself. Gradually, he saw that the deities of heaven were rising and falling around him, entering his 5 viscera, sitting down within his Tao palaces. In that instant, he saw many gods become specks of light, rising and falling in his 5 viscera Tao palaces, continuously chanting scriptures. There are too many of them, too many scriptures. Were they born from the intersecting feelings of heaven and man, and then entered my body? Or are they all a part of me to begin with, waiting for my true self to awaken? Sure how was breaking through the mist, struggling free from his restraints, researching his own method. In my own path, it is naturally my true self that is the most important, my true self the true ruler. Everything else is fabricated. He was strengthening his own faith, becoming firm in his own beliefs, establishing the laws and Tao that belong to him. Inside the Tao palaces, those deities are there for my sake. The great Tao is endless, but it is all within 3 figures, Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to all things. Sure how said quietly to himself. The immortal energy above his head pervaded the air, forming 3 great Tao flowers, and then became a Tao platform. An indistinct figure sat on it. The past me, the present me, the future me, please enter the palaces. Sure how released a shout. Originally, there were only 2 flowers with figures seated on them, the 3rd flower still not clear. However, now, there was actually a blurry figure as well. Moreover, at this time, 3 waves of energy entered the Tao palace, chanting scriptures here. One is a deceased me, chanting scriptures for the present. Is there really reincarnation? Is there really a past rebirth? One is the current me, destined to become unmatched, This represents my own conviction. One is my future self, full of variables. I will become the only one throughout the ages, eternally inextinguishable. Shurhao roared out. Great radiance erupted from the Tao Palace, magical force surging. Resplendent multicolored light tore through the primal chaos, as if illuminating the everlasting river of time. Only after a long time had passed did this place calm down. Creating a method like this, even if heaven and earth withered away and chains descended, Shurhao's Tao skills would still make some progress. He gradually grasped clues towards some type of trajectory, his body gradually developing a type of unmatched aura, similar to Meng Tianjing back then, Immortal Wang at his peak also releasing a bit of this. My everything, my foundation, all of it originates from the body as the seed. I won't rely on external things, I will only ask from my own body. Shurhao began to comprehend the Tao again, closing his eyes. There is no sense of time when cultivating. He got up, moving his arms, wishing to support the primal chaos, open a new world, reforge the universe. His legs split this place apart, about to trample down endless time. Life in this heaven and earth, tattered world, desolate lands, the most powerful attacks originate from the four limbs, able to support eternity. The four limbs are like four extremes. The extreme Tao possesses endless strength. What Kuan Peng force, lightning emperor body, willow deity's life vitality. Together with the imperishable scripture and other methods, they rushed into these four extremes. His arms and legs as if they were burning, great Tao symbols covering everything. Hong Long. Shurhao looked like he was opening the heavens, connecting heaven and earth, supporting the sky dome, his figure endlessly massive. Sea of Reincarnation, Tao palaces, for extremes, they separately corresponded to the body's abdomen, 5 viscera, for limbs various parts and secret realms. They contained endless power. This was Shurhao's path, he was following the Tao path most suitable for himself. However, comparatively speaking, this was still extremely rough. He needed more time to complete it, always improving. Right now, he was only walking in the general direction. Hong. 10 years later, Shurhao waved his hand, restraining a stellar stream outside the primal chaos. It was refined into his back, merging with his vertebra. He sensed this type of transformation. Endless stellar force was transformed into essence energy, surging here. It isn't this type of feeling. Vertebra like a dragon, leaping out, taking form in the 9 heavens above, connecting heaven and earth, unmatched below the skies. Chi. Countless star remains fell down, all of the essence energy absorbed by him. Shurhao left the primal chaos, returning to Stone Village. He directly arrived before the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, staring at the 9 sets of snow-white dragon bones. He was comprehending the Tao, establishing a method. He stared at those 9 true dragon bones, not moving at all. Oh! In a daze, heaven and earth changed. At the very least, in Shurhao's eyes, he saw more things. The 9 true dragons slaughtered their way through the world of mortals, struggling in the 9 heavens above. The changes were endless. This was precisely the dragon. Change. Finally appeared. Voila! Iron chains sounded. The iron chains binding the dragon bones went perfectly straight because Shurhao grabbed one dragon bone, trying to merge it into his own vertebra, using this to sense some type of transformation. The so-called creating a method, comprehending the great Tao, was precisely to test out all types of things amidst defeat. Immediately afterwards, Shurhao felt as if he had become a dragon, rising above the long river of time, soaring in the heavens, above the vicissitudes of time. An unmatched aura erupted, looking down on the world, refining a true dragon bone into his body, even though it currently had iron chains around it. How crazy and astonishing was this? Walala! The iron chains shook, the bronze coffin shaking intensely. At the same time, all of the other snow-white dragon bones also began to shake. Quite a few people from Stone Village saw Shurhao. When they saw his return, they were happy and shocked. After all, it had been 20 to 30 years since they last saw him. He had remained secluded in primal chaos all this time. What is Uncle Hao doing? Some people had shocked expressions on their faces. Sure was trying to refine a true dragon bone into his body, but it still wasn't complete. With a fierce pull, he dragged the other dragon bones over as well. His vertebrae shone, primal chaos pervading the air, the scene terrifying. Fortunately, even though he was creating methods comprehending the Tao, he didn't forget that this was Stone Village, intentionally suppressing his supreme being aura, only letting it flow along the surface of its body, not leaking outwards. Otherwise, the consequences would be catastrophic. Oh! Right now, even the others seemed to have heard the roars of a true dragon, not just sure how. The 9 dragon bones entered his body, merging with his vertebra. He felt completely different, as if he had traveled to a place several great eras ago. The great battles were continuous, a true dragon warping and weaving in the heavens above and earth below, blood soaking the world. Dragons soared one after another, 9 representing the extreme, representing transcendence. 9 dragons pulled a coffin across the sky dome. 9 was the extreme, representing the transformations of life. After endless changes, in the end they leapt out. The possibilities were endless. Oh! Dragonic cries shook the great river of time. This was the world in Shurehao's eyes. He was comprehending the Tao, creating a method. What he saw was completely different from others. He released a low roar that rippled outwards, the natural laws endless, but it didn't extend past 3 feet of his surroundings, effectively controlled. Divine light swept about, surrounding his body, as if he was impervious to all methods. This is the true dragon's 9 changes. The crimson dragon came over. When he saw the scene, he was a bit shocked. Could it be that his cheap master really could extract the ultimate profound mystery of the dragon clan? Thought too much. What Shuhao wanted wasn't the concrete method, but rather a type of greater influence. He was creating methods. What he wanted was that greater generation that was always changing. The human vertebra was like a great dragon, connecting the torso with the primordial spirit, absolutely vital. His cultivation moved through his entire body. He needed this great dragon. Waves of draconic cries sounded. In the end, Shurehao's body shone, especially the area by his vertebra. Lumps of light shone one after another, 9 of them in total, as if there were 9 steps, rising up, entering his skull. Dragon transformation. This was the 4th secret realm Shuhao established. Draconic sounds rang out again and again. The 9 snow-white dragon bones fell out one after another. Shurehao's spine continued to shine. Dragon transformation, 9 flights of heavenly stairs, ascending along the vertebra. As the dragon soared, immortal light blossomed. Chaotic energy scattered. Extremely terrifying and astonishing. In the end, the dragon transformation's 9 changes entered the primordial spirit, as if this was immortal ascension. This is it. The final secret realm, the primordial spirit, is here. It is like an immortal platform. Once one reaches this place, they will become complete. When the entire body is linked up, the final leap will be to true immortal realm. Shuhao gained a type of enlightenment. This was a type of mysterious intuition. The hurdle of the final secret realm had also been comprehended. The head was precisely the 5th secret realm that he attached importance to, immortal platform. This was a place that contained the primordial spirit, as well as where the most crucial point was, carried the soul of the body. In order to be truly imperishable before endless calamities, the primordial spirit needed to be flawless, immortal light shining glorious. At this point, Shuhao stood at the peak of mortal Tao, reaching his most powerful state. Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palaces, for extremes, Dragon Transformation, Immortal Platform, 5 great secret realms began to form. There was a direction. The methods he grasped were many. After becoming a supreme being, his scope became more vast, mastering the inheritances through comprehensive study. When he tried to create his own method, even though it was still extremely rough, it was still shocking enough. With the body as a seed, this was the foundation. At this step, his entire body became transparent, the 5 great secret realms shining. At the same time, he sensed where he was still lacking. Before, I was impatient for results, wishing to become a supreme being as quickly as possible. but this still resulted in hidden damage after all. The breakthrough last time wasn't through the body as a seed, but rather pleading for external Tao. Xianxia sighed. After all these years, he had tried to get rid of the hidden dangers, temper out true gold, but he now discovered that he was still flawed, that they couldn't be eliminated. No wonder the restricted region lord told him that cultivation speed that was too fast wasn't a good thing, it would disrupt his future path. Xianxia merged everything he learned, truly transcending above, establishing his own methods. Even if this system was still extremely rough, it was still shocking enough. Thunder rumbled, heaven and earth exploding, endless Tao crushing down. This was heavenly punishment, lightning tribulation, even more so the blade of heaven's will that crashed down. Hong! Xianxia suddenly lifted his head, his eyes becoming resplendent like divine lightning. He stared into outer space, and then leapt out, rushing into the cosmos, tearing apart the void, entering the primal chaos. There would naturally be great troubles ahead. It would be extremely terrifying. He walked his own path, established a method that was never seen before. This would definitely incur tremendous lightning tribulation. Kacha! Black lightning interweaved. Blood-colored killing Tao radiance dyed the heavens red. This represented destruction, as well as inauspiciousness. Normally speaking, only when cultivators were too heaven-defying, when they did inconceivable things, would there be this type of great eradicating disaster. According to normal reasoning, all cultivators who were targeted by this disaster would die, destined to fall, impossible for them to survive. Towards those at the absolute peak, Xianxia broke a certain taboo. He was creating his own method, destined to be entirely different, possessing terrifying resistance strength. Xianxia went crazy. In the primal chaos, in a completely uninhabited region, he struggled while bathed in blood, fiercely resisting. Outsiders couldn't imagine what was going on. This was an unprecedented great tribulation, one that was more terrifying than all of the tribulations Xianxia experienced in these years combined. No one knew what was happening to his body right now. Even though the Crimson Dragon, Mu Qing, and the others followed, they could still only watch from afar, full of doubts. Blood energy is pervading the air. That place is extremely bloody, Zhu Lin said. She opened her heavenly eyes, seeing a corner of the scene after a bit of the primal chaos was torn apart. There are crushed bones, bone marrow gradually rising. Just what did he experience? The Crimson Dragon was also shocked. There is primordial spirit light wrapped around thunder radiance, cracking apart with the flesh. Are his body and spirit going to be destroyed? Mu Qing only got a hurried glance, seeing a corner of the truth. This time, the lightning tribulation, as well as the rebound of the world, continued for far longer than what they expected. This wasn't a few hours of time, nor was it a few days, but rather several years. This defied normal reasoning. Outsiders couldn't understand it. Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, Shizhong, and others were all stunned. What kind of scene was this? It was too terrifying, not giving one a path of life at all. They had previously seen that the bone marrow dried up, flesh burned. The scene was too miserable. Creating a method was too heaven-defying, incurring history's most powerful backlash. Xianxia experienced the slaughter of the universe. This was the most terrifying torment. Only after 9 years did this destructive calamity come to an end, outer space gradually calming. However, there was still no one who could approach this place. That flame was burning fiercely, fiery light gathering, becoming symbols, and then turning into a furnace body. There were blood and bones that were being burned in the furnace. Only after an entire year had passed did the ruined body slowly recover, as if reborn through flames. Xianxia experienced the most severe trial he had ever experienced in this great era. He succeeded, made it through. His ruined body gradually changed, his true body reappearing. Such a terrifying thing had never happened before. He had never seen such terrifying lightning tribulation recorded in bone books, such punishment for the creation of a method. 9 years of slaughter, 1 year bathed in blood for rebirth. It was terrifying to the extreme. After Xianxia's body recovered, he immediately returned to Stone Village. Before waiting for everyone to flock over with joy and cheers, he sat down. Ka. At this moment, everyone heard something shattering within his body. Then, his entire body shone, Tao skills rippling fiercely. His flesh and primordial spirit all began to fissure. What is going on? There is a serious issue with Uncle Hao's cultivation. Is he going to break apart? Could it be that the immortal breaking curse is acting out? His Tao skills can't be protected. Many people cried out in alarm, feeling incomparably worried. Yun Shi, Shi Xiling, and his wife all had worried expressions. They stood in the distance, watching the seated Shi Hao. With a Wang sound, endless essence energy erupted from within Shi Hao's body, entering the sky dome. Impossible. Why did he drop from the Supreme Being realm? A few people cried out. Everyone in Stone Village panicked, feeling like Shi Hao's aura was rapidly becoming weaker. Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and others all understood what was going on. There was definitely no mistake. Shi Hao fell back to the self-release realm. Since there are flaws, then I will start over again, Shi Hao said quietly. Everyone heard it. They immediately calmed down, sensing that Shi Hao was currently undergoing a mad experiment. This was a huge gamble. He destroyed his Supreme Being body, starting over again. Shi Hao left again, dragging his cracked body into the distance. He wandered through the mortal world, spending many years just like that, without joys or sorrows, examining the endless changes of the mortal world. He began to rebuild himself from the self-release realm. He was creating his own method, walking the Supreme Being path in this cultivationless age. This time, several decades hurriedly passed. He accumulated bit by bit, comparable to the amount of time Shi Hao spent to achieve the Supreme Being level. This time, he used the body as the seed, not borrowing external Tao, extremely pure, only following his own path, continuously accumulating Tao skills, advancing his cultivation. Moreover, during this process, he didn't fear dying, allowing the immortal breaking curse to act out, continuously compressing and wearing down his Tao skills, all the way until there was nothing left to cut off. When Shi Hao reached 200 years of age, he returned to the Supreme Being realm. Now, the immortal breaking curse was already ineffective against him. Unable to affect his cultivation, the curse eliminated. Of course, the most terrifying part was that his Tao foundation became unimaginably sturdy. After being tempered by the immortal breaking curse, there was nothing else for it to cut. Just how vigorous was this great Tao foundation? Using the body as a seed, Shi Hao returned to the Supreme Being realm. It was previously rumored that once the Supreme Being Tao foundation was destroyed, if one wanted to return, the difficulty was too great, too horrifying, almost impossible. However, Shi Hao walked his own path, using his own path to achieve the Tao, defying normal reasoning, not stopping. Moreover, after a few more years of accumulation, he rushed to the peak of Supreme Being realm. At this moment, Shi Hao's 5 great secret realms shone, his entire body becoming sparkling and translucent, reaching perfection. Hong. Then, he took a few more steps, simply about to become a true immortal. The summit of extreme Tao. Shi Hao opened his eyes. There was still half a step left between Supreme Being and true immortal. No wonder others couldn't achieve immortality. This half step was a heavenly moat, stopping everyone. This was the Supreme Being realm, but it was also the highest step, too difficult for 99% of Supreme Beings to reach. This was simply like another half cultivation realm. Now, Shi Hao was truly standing at the absolute peak of mortal Tao, no way of going further. Right now, the aura he released was just like Meng Tianzheng, who was about to achieve immortality, similar to Immortal Wang. The hidden dangers were eliminated, now truly complete and flawless. Reaching the summit of extreme Tao, Shi Hao returned to Stone Village, feeling incredibly calm. There was a smile on his face, returning to his true self. Uncle Hao, you finally came back. We were extremely worried for you. What kind of path did you walk? Everyone surrounded over, becoming extremely stirred up. There were some youngsters who asked like this. A different path. Wait for me to completely research it. Complete this rough and shallow method, and then I'll reveal it to you all, Shi Hao said. In the following few years, he urged everyone to seriously cultivate. After a few more years passed, he summoned a group of youngsters. Go! It's time for us to take a look around the higher realms. Raise all enemies to the ground. They were headed for the higher realm? When they heard this, they all rubbed their fists eagerly. They wanted to leave a long time ago, slaughter their way up and take a look. During these years, they cultivated quietly, comprehended the great Tao, but they had long reached bottlenecks. They needed some opportunities to smash through their current shackles. Assemble, Shi Hao said, gathering the young soldiers. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Shi Zhong, and the others were the best of this group, their eyes all revealing excitement. They were finally setting out. They sensed that this time it was going to involve the heavens above and earth below. There were 400 to 500 kids that were brought back from desolate border before. Now they had long grown up. This was, without a doubt, the main force. They were all exceptional. There were many outstanding individuals among those who were born in Stone Village as well, filling up the numbers. After all these years, even though Stone Village stood aloof from worldly affairs, like a secluded paradise, these young soldiers had never slacked off, always tempering themselves. The top 400 were known as the main force called Heavenly Soldiers. These people could follow at Shi Hao's left and right, charge into war with him. This was the promise he made back then. Apart from this, there were 400 more that were treated as the reserve. The best of them could directly step in for any of the top 400 ranked towards the back. Shi Hao had previously said that he hoped one day he could turn these heavenly soldiers into heavenly generals, so that they could truly launch an expedition through all different realms, slaughter their way into the foreign realm, immortal domain, and other places. Back then, those kids were still young, but they always remembered this in their hearts. After many years passed, Shi Hao finally began to bring people with him. This immediately ignited the passion suppressed within them for many years. Now, they could completely release it. Even though it was a promise from many years ago, it still filled their hearts with burning passion, surging. They were finally going to move out. This might be their first true battle. These years of tempering and training, all of that didn't count. The true battles began from here on out. The 800 disciples are going to set out together, Shi Hao said. The 400 heavenly troops, together with the 400 reserve troops, were going to set out together. There's me as well. Don't forget about me. I want to fight as well. The big black turtle cried out, standing up vertically, as if it was carrying a big black pot on its back. The Zhuyan was tweaking its ears and scratching its cheeks, long unable to sit still, stating that it was going to go crazy in the higher realm. There was no need to doubt its strength. During these years, after cultivating the Chaos Demonic Ape Bloodline's 8-9 Heavens technique, its achievements have long become heaven-reaching, earth-moving. The Crimson Dragon was also moving, huffing and puffing in the air, releasing waves of draconic cries. It was full of fighting spirit, wishing to examine its own Tao skills. None of them were counted within the 800, but they were eager to give it a go. The green-scaled eagle and its 3 children Big Pong, Little Green, Violet Cloud, and the big red bird were also crying out, circling the air, wishing to join the battle. Let's go! They turned around, a war banner unfolding, fluttering in the wind. The 800 disciples followed behind Shi Hao, riding their mounts into the sky dome, rushing into the distance. Even Shi Hao sat on a heavenly horse who was pure white like jade. It raised its head, crying out, its voice resounding. This was the past unicorn beast Little White. When Shi Hao was 7 years old, he rode it across the great wastelands, exploring the outside world. It was also the leader of Stone Village's unicorns. In the past, Willow Deity helped it undergo a magic transformation, stimulating the original lineage within its body. After all these years, it had always been evolving. This was especially the case under Shi Hao's deliberate care, undergoing astonishing changes. It still wasn't a true heavenly horse, but it was already on this path. Its bloodline continuously became more and more pure, its movements fast like lightning, fierce like a true dragon. It was an extremely handsome and powerful mount. The 3,000 provinces were destined to not remain calm. It was because they slaughtered their way up, After more than 100 years passed, regardless of whether it was the 3,000 provinces or the 9 heavens above, they all remained extremely gloomy. It was because this world really wasn't suited to cultivation. Time was ruthless, continuously shaving away the years of older generation experts. During these 100 or so years, it was unknown just how many older generation big names died in meditation, their blood energy drying up, lifespans cut short. They all died under the corrosion of time. With the descent of an age without cultivation, all cultivators' lifespans declined sharply. For those old freaks who lived millions of years, this was an absolute disaster. Apart from great sects with huge backgrounds who were still able to hold on through various great medicines and heavenly treasures, the other small sects' leaders all withered away. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that cultivation was too difficult. After decades to over a century passed, the increase in Dao skills became even more limited. It couldn't compare to before at all. This was the issue everyone encountered. A great misfortune. Even for Stone Village with the 9 dragons pulling coffin suppression, it was still difficult during these years. Everyone else was still slowly increasing their Dao skills, but the self-release realm Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Zhu Lin, and others all stopped advancing. This was related to the heavenly moat before achieving supreme being level, even more so related to the cultivationless age. Those great sects are still here. They are still the ones ruling this place. Xianxia said quietly. After a century passed, when he returned again, he learned that it was still the same people overlooking this place. Lacking the courage to fight the other side in desolate border, not daring to fight the creatures of darkness. What is the point of leaving you all alive? Xianxia's voice was forceful. These simple words carried chilly killing intent, even more so a type of resolution. He was going to unleash a great slaughter. The 800 disciples all carried harsh auras. Even though this was the first time they formally set out to fight, there wasn't the slightest feeling of disorder. Their movements were even, as if they were all forged from steel, carrying terrifying killing intent. These years tempering through battles wasn't for nothing. For the first battle, who are we targeting? The Zhuyan asked, carried a big rod in hand, displaying a magical projection that was incredibly massive. Its golden fur was shining, body full of killing intent, becoming a violent ape that filled heaven and earth. Immortal Palace. Xianxia waved his hand. He stirred on the heavenly horse, pointing forward. When they heard these words, many people were moved. Even Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Shizhong, and others were shocked. There was a ruined immortal there. Were they going to slaughter their way over just like that? However, they didn't say too much, strictly obeying the order. All of them stirred on their mounts, bodies dressed in black armor, charging forward like a surging sea. Just a ruined immortal. If I am scared of even him, can't even kill him, then what can I do? Xianxia said, as if dispelling their doubts, giving them confidence. Kill! 800 disciples roared out together, only having this word. They charged forward. That day was destined to not remain calm. The great earth trembled. 800 disciples wasn't that great a number, but they swept through everything like a violent sea. Great rumbling noises sounded. Their howling shook the skies. Wherever they passed, all clans were shaken. Just what kind of power was this? They rushed right past just like that. Everyone felt like these troops were too strong, able to wipe out any clan no matter where they slaughtered towards. They were too fast. After locking onto Immortal Palace, they charged straight there, crossing the sky dome, rushing in a straight line. They could see the buildings on the ground from the distance, everything made of bronze, extending continuously. It was an extremely magnificent sight. There weren't many disciples left in Immortal Palace, to the extent where it could be said they were extremely few. Their direct descendants throughout history never exceeded 5. As for whether there were any hidden inheritors, that was unknown. However, the number of servants wasn't few, and they were extremely strong. All of them great evil, giant vicious beings that became their servants, fierce and domineering. From far away, Xianxia raised an arm, grabbing towards the void. His palm and fingers shone, grabbing down a star from outer space. He refined it in his hand, and then fiercely threw it. Hong! The heavens shook and earth swayed. He directly smashed a star into the ancient land. This was just too ferocious, shaking the heavens above and earth below. A star, even though it was refined to look like the size of a fist, it was still a real star. When it was hurled like this, its power was incomparably terrifying. Immortal Palace, this inheritance was naturally protected by exceptional formations. The moment the attack approached, radiance rushed into the heavens, divine light surging, activating powerful defenses. However, Xianxia's attack was too terrifying. Even the ruined formation left behind by an immortal family was blasted through, breaking apart. It was because Xianxia's attack was too ferocious. If there wasn't a great formation here, this entire place would become a land of death. Nothing left behind at all. Who? The instant the great formation broke apart, everyone in Immortal Palace became stupefied, shocked. Who exactly was it that dared attack them? Under the intense explosion sounds, under the burning divine light, Immortal Palace, this ancient land ruptured and collapsed. Many creatures rushed out. They saw the people in the horizon, 800 troops slaughtering their way over. It was like an army of heaven, descending from above, full of killing intent. Heavens, that's Huang! Someone cried out in alarm, face immediately becoming white. After 100 years, Huang appeared again. So how could they not be scared? One had to understand that back then, Immortal Palace's supreme being was personally killed by Xianxia. Now that so many years passed, his cultivation definitely advanced further. Xianxia didn't utter a single word. He held the sword core, directly slaughtering his way into the very depths of this place, wishing to rush into the earth. As for the others, he didn't pay them any attention, leaving them for the 800 disciples to clean out. Xianxia charged straight in with a sword in hand. The damaged immortal formation shone, but it already couldn't stop him. Now that he already took that half step, he already had true unmatched power. The absolute summit of mortal Tao, he already achieved this. He had a type of feeling that if he continued like this, if he continued cultivating, even in a cultivationless age, he still might be able to become stronger. He had a type of conviction. He established his own method, using his own body as the seed, walking the path most suited to himself. His Tao skills were increasing, strength raised, making him powerful to the extreme. Only what was most suited to oneself was the most powerful. The so-called ruined immortal was already crippled. If he still didn't face him with his current condition, then could it still be considered an unrivaled state? Right now, he believed that he was unmatched. Pong! The earth was cut open by him, the immortal Tao ruined formation destroyed. Something wasn't quite right. It was because he didn't sense the ruined immortal's aura. That bronze immortal palace wasn't here either. Hong Long. Xianxia stood in place without moving. He stabbed the sword core into the ground, causing endless divine radiance to erupt, all of it sword light. Tens of thousands of streaks of sword energy were instantly released. The underground world was crushed to pieces, unable to hold on even with formation patterns protecting this place. There was no ruined immortal aura underground. He wasn't here. The ruined immortal was actually not here. The formation was destroyed, but this place was completely empty. There was no trace of him where the immortal spring previously was, unknown where he was. Xianxia walked back out with the sword core in hand. With a raise of his hand, an elder at the peak of self-release realm was seized. That elder flew outwards, falling with a putong noise. When he faced Xianxia, the elder shook all over, unable to even raise his head. The main reason was because Xianxia's aura was too terrifying, crushing him to the point of near suffocation. His bones released caca noises, blood surging intensely, his body about to explode. This was Immortal Palace's general manager, the one who supervised many servants. His strength was extremely great at the peak of self-release realm. However, when facing Xianxia, it wasn't anything at all. He felt like an insect that was doing its best to look at the massive dragon in the heavens above. The difference was too great, his body and spirit trembling. True Immortal Great One left several decades ago. He didn't tell us where he was going. He was shaking. Even his lips were trembling, speaking these words with great difficulty. Sure how restrained his aura, not participating in this battle. In reality, when they saw Huang slaughter his way over, Immortal Palace's people had long felt their hearts go cold, feeling like their means of retreat were completely cut off. All of them were terrified. All those who fight back are to be killed without exception. Mu Qing shouted, leading the 800 disciples, surrounding these people. Some cultivators directly knelt. Even though they were born in Immortal Palace servants from childhood, right now they were still scared, no longer showing any loyalty. However, there really was a group of people who still fought viciously, not willing to bow down, eyes red. They were all servants who were especially loyal to Immortal Palace. Sure how turned around and left. He rode on the heavenly horse that was snow-white like jade, heading into the distance. After this battle, Immortal Palace was eradicated. The buildings here were all made of bronze. Quite a few heavenly treasures inside. Zhu Lin, Shi Zhong, and the others swept through the battlefield, not wasting anything, seizing anything that could be seized. It was because after this battle, Immortal Palace was completely purged. Inside the medicinal fields, there were 2 stalks of divine medicines, but now they had all degenerated, no longer as magical as before. Inside the scripture storage pavilion, there were many bone books, but Immortal Palace's highest inheritances were missing, because these were things personally passed down from the ruined immortal's mouth, not written down in ink, no bone book scriptures. Sure how didn't show any mercy, having Mu Qing, Shi Zhong, and the others take action, wipe out this inheritance. During Desolate Border's great battle, they didn't offer any support. When darkness encroached, they hid to the side. However, when everything was at peace, they always domineeringly abused others, maintained arrogant attitudes, harming the people of this side. Ruined Immortal, you won't get away. Immortal Domain's gates have already been shut. You'll be found sooner or later, Sure how said to himself. He suspected that the ruined Immortal might be scared. More than a century ago, the ruined Immortal colluded with a true Immortal, but their ambush on Sure how failed. The true Immortal was instead killed by Great Elder Meng Tianzheng, so he might have gone into hiding. That day, the world below the heavens trembled. When news spread, everyone was stunned. After more than a century, Huang reappeared in the world, moreover in such a powerful manner, sweeping through Immortal Palace's land of inheritance. From that day forth, this ancient sect no longer existed. With a great commotion behind him, Sure how already brought the 800 disciples with him, heading to another place, heavenly country. Finding this place really wasn't easy. He chased after some clues he obtained in the past, carefully searching. The so-called clues were obtained from the lower realm's heaven-mending pavilion. Ghost Grandpa was previously a heaven-warping genius, establishing heaven-mending pavilion through his own 2 hands, but he passed away too early. That disheveled elder who had a sword impaled into his skull showed Sure how great kindness, his ruined soul previously protecting him. This was both a master and a friend, but unfortunately, they would never meet again. Previously, Sure how had already found out about Ghost Grandpa's background. This was an abandoned disciple of heaven-mending sect, but all because of his relationship with a heavenly countrywoman. Falling in love, his entire life was ruined. Ghost Grandpa, I will help you get revenge, Sure how said to himself. He hated heavenly country bitterly. After all these years, it was unknown just how many outstanding heroes died under their hands. This organization was always like a malignant tumor. Even if it wasn't for anyone else, just for Ghost Grandpa, Sure how still had to pull this place up by the roots. If not for heaven-mending pavilions people who, when organizing the past articles, discovered some clues and sent them over, Sure how might not even know where their nest is even now. This assassin organization had enemies everywhere, so they naturally remained extremely careful. This was a mountain range with faintly discernible clouds and mist, extremely tranquil and peaceful. All types of spiritual birds and unique beasts roamed about, lacking the slightest bit of murderous energy. However, when Sure how sent a fist smashing out, everything changed. With unmatched magical force, he smashed through the realm walls of this small world, forcefully opening up this ancient realm. The reason why the outside world couldn't find this place was because Heavenly Country was located in a small world, isolated from the outside world. Who? The small world was thrown into chaos. This place was being attacked, leaving all of the assassins shaken. It was called Heavenly Country. Even though the people who resided here weren't many, all of them were elites. Normal assassins didn't have the qualifications to enter this place, because this place's secrecy had to be upheld strictly. There were many elders here, all of them old but still alive. This is quite the pure spiritual land. Xianxia sighed. Inside this small world, there was actually some undying matter. Even with the descent of the cultivationless age, this place still wasn't too affected. Shadows appeared one after another, disappearing into the void. There were some people who wished to assassinate Xianxia. In the end, with a light flick of his finger, revealing an unmatched aura, with a pung sound, the void exploded. More than 10 people immediately exploded into bloody mist, body and souls erased. So it was like this. There is an immortal blood pool that is releasing undying matter. Xianxia saw that there was a pool inside the small world, blood surging inside, releasing undying substance. It was unknown what age this was left behind from, clearly true immortal corpses inside. The blood didn't congeal, surging continuously. The creatures here were mostly elders. Some of them lived for an extremely long time, all of them exceeding 100,000 years in age. They were all part of Heavenly Country's higher levels. With the descent of the cultivationless age, they relied precisely on the undying matter here. Huang. It's actually Huang. A large group of people appeared, figures emerging continuously. They were all trembling in fear, because they felt the pressure Xianxia was releasing. None of them could stand steadily, about to kneel down. Xianxia remained cold and indifferent. He retracted his aura, because if this continued, Mu Qing and the others wouldn't have a chance to take action. Who is Goddess Tianyi? Xianxia asked. A woman's pupils contracted. This movement seized by Xianxia, his eyes immediately locking onto her. When Xiao's gaze concentrated a bit, this woman immediately broke out in cold sweat, her entire body shaking, feeling as if she was going to burst apart. Put on. She couldn't endure it anymore, falling weakly onto the ground. Heavenly Country's people were horrified. One had to understand that this used to be a goddess of Heavenly Country, her strength incredibly powerful. However now, under the gaze of another, she fell weakly just like that. How terrifying was this? Do you still remember someone named Wu Tianchong? Xianxia asked. Goddess Tianyi's expression changed slightly. How could she not remember? This was previously an exceptional inheritor of Heaven Mending sect, but he was tricked by her, hurt because of his feelings for her. In the end, he silently left Heaven Mending sect, reduced to entering the lower realms. In the end, when Wu Tianchong was ambushed, she had also taken action. She felt a bit of guilt, because her heart had indeed moved because of this person, but she still decisively dealt the killing blow. Chong. In Xiao's hand, a broken sword appeared. It was a simple and ancient sword body covered with cracks. It's his sword. Goddess Tianyi's expression was complex, many old matters appearing in her mind. In the end, the bit of feelings turned to cold blood. She killed that person together with her comrades. Ghost Grandpa. I will get revenge in your place. Xiao held the broken sword. With a light sweep, a beautiful head flew into midair, carrying large amounts of blood. Attack, slaughter without exception. Xiao's voice was low. With a light wave of his hand, he gave this order. Behind him, the 800 disciples all charged. Even when facing some old assassins, these experienced murderers, they still remained fearless, full of killing intent. Qi, Heavenly Country's Lord, took action. He was indeed extremely powerful at the peak of self-release realm. He moved through the darkness, a giant in the world of assassination. He didn't attack Xiao, but rather focused on others. It was because he knew that Huang had already achieved the Tao, already not his match. Instead of this, he might as well kill others. Even if he was going to die here, he was going to make those under Huang die miserably. Unfortunately, Hao didn't give him the chance. With a wave of the broken sword in his hands, a streak of sword light swept out, cutting him in half on the spot. Blood splattered out. Heavenly Country's lord screamed miserably, the halves of his body falling, continuously rolling about. How naturally held back, or else with his cultivation. A streak of sword energy wouldn't even leave behind a corpse, definitely blasted into powder. Mu Qing, you all have to join hands in order to face Heavenly Country's lord. Hao said. Big bro, you are looking down on us too much, right? You killed many people with cultivation realms higher than your own when you hadn't even reached the self-release realm yet. I am already at the late stage of self-release realm. Do I still need him as a grindstone? Zhu Lin curled her lips. Assassins who move in the darkness have extraordinary methods. You all can stay behind. Use him to temper yourselves. Hao said. Chi. Suddenly, a streak of sword energy struck over, just too terrifying. It was like immortal ascension from beyond the heavens. One sword moving the sky dome, incomparably resplendent, directly aimed at the back of Hao's neck. It was just too abrupt, wishing to end things with a single attack. Ding! Hao didn't turn around, 2 fingers on his right hand blocking behind his head, scattering the sword energy. Moreover, they clasped a divine sword. With a light twist, the divine sword was broken. I already sensed you a while ago. What are you hiding for? Hao turned around, looking at an elder whose entire body was covered in black mist. The others were all shocked. This was a supreme being. Heavenly Country actually had a supreme being? The ancestral grandfather of Heavenly Country's lord was actually alive all this time, hiding here. Unfortunately, he ran into Hao, not his match at all. This person was already in his later years, unable to leave this place since the ancient times. It was because his blood energy was already almost completely dried up, only able to spend his later years here. Now, he was facing Hao in his unmatched state. How could he possibly be his match? Hong! Hao's fist smashed over. This elder released a great roar, doing his best to resist, but it was completely useless. He exploded there, turning into a rain of blood. A large hand covered the bloody rain. Hao was afraid that this would have devastating effects, fiercely grabbing. Great Tao laws and the rain of light gathered together, becoming nothingness. Pooh! In the end, Heaven Country's lord had his head removed by Mu Qing and the others, primordial spirit extinguished, completely dying. They already experienced his assassination methods. There was no need to leave behind any possible future disasters. That day, Heavenly Country was uprooted. This small world swept clean. All of the experienced assassins were killed, completely eradicated. There are a few more strongholds. You all split up and get rid of them, Hao said. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, and the others led troops and set out, respectively heading towards different places, separately taking action. Heavenly Country, this organization was extremely massive. Apart from this small world as the foundation, there were naturally many training camps. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley. Hao said quietly. These inheritances took it upon themselves to suppress the sinner's bloodline. Ning Chuan was fostered precisely by them. There were some inheritances that went too far, suppressing and killing Stone Clan, Fire Clan, and others, imprisoning the sinner's bloodline, banishing them to Sin Province. In the end, that province was seized by Anlin, Huolinger also captured along with it. I didn't see any of you when the true enemies attacked, yet you all love to bully your own people. There needs to be an explanation. Hao said indifferently. This time he didn't take action, instead handing it to others. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Zhong, and the others, after destroying Heavenly Country's scattered remnants, separately slaughtered their way towards Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley, and other places. Apart from this, the Zhuyan Big Red Bird and others also moved. Meanwhile, the green-scaled eagle, Big Peng, Little Green, and Violet Cloud had long learned the Kuan Peng method. Hao taught them, now massive, cultivation levels astonishing. They also slaughtered their way towards one place. The Golden Lion's performance in recent years had been quite good, so it was no longer Hao's mount, instead becoming a powerful force itself, Right now, it was ordered to slaughter towards a sect on its own. That day, all sides were shaken. Huang reappeared in this world, sweeping through the world under the sky. Huang returned again. A great slaughter was unleashed in the world. He swept through all in his path, no one able to stop his advance. The entire world was shocked. After so many years passed, this human race powerful individual who was full of legends returned once again. His cultivation period really was extremely short. He could actually already dominate the world. This was a powerful return. Even Immortal Palace flattened. The ruined Immortal forced to hide. No longer in the sect. Just how terrifying of a battle accomplishment was this? The entire world was discussing this, all of them shocked. This was especially the case when Heavenly Country was destroyed, leaving people even more stupefied. This massive power had existed for an endless amount of time, always threatening the lives of others, yet it was pulled up by the roots by Huang just like that, completely purged. Huang truly is a heaven-warping figure, his strength unmatched. He still hasn't even become a true immortal, yet he scared off a ruined immortal. Revenge is still revenge. Back then, the ruined immortal acted so domineeringly, personally heading to Immortal Mountain, forcing them to hand over Huang, ultimately crippling him. Now, after more than 100 years passed, Huang paid Immortal Palace's ancient land a visit, looking down on this inheritance, sweeping them clean. Heavenly Country, this assassin organization that moves through darkness, has finally been eliminated. Thank you, Huang, for getting rid of this malignant tumor. The entire world couldn't calm down. They were all discussing this news, extremely excited. This was especially the case for some of his old acquaintances. Regardless of whether they were enemies or friends, the people who had previously seen Xianxia or knew about him were shaken. His methods really were tyrannical, charging into the higher realm just like that. Xianxia's eyes were deep, remaining calm and unhurried. He decided he was just going to personally set out, rushing to Sword Valley and Phantom Drake Dao Gate. Even though he didn't lead troops or take action, he still had to suppress these powers. Through some of the events he found out in the past, these inheritances might very well have a ruined immortal behind them. According to what Xianxia knew, there were at least 4 ruined immortals in this world. They had previously harmed the Kuan Peng, so he could not tolerate their existence. As he advanced, his 5 viscera shone, releasing scripture sounds. Then, several figures rushed out of his body, flying out from the Dao Palace secret realm. This was the method he created. There were deities within his Dao Palace secret realm. The scripture sounds weren't just for show. At the very least, there were 5 deities that corresponded to the 5 viscera, able to take form. These were Dao bodies. 5 Dao bodies. They separately rushed towards one place, secretly observing the situation of each sect to avoid a supreme being suddenly appearing, killing Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, Zhu Lin, and others. Apart from this, as Xianxia's body operated, starting from the method he activated himself, he then transformed it into the present world methods. Many Dao figures surged from within him. These figures were spiritual bodies. All of the spirits nurtured in his heavenly passage, they could all produce spiritual bodies. Only after one reached a certain cultivation realm, it was no longer advisable to use these types of methods, because after merging with the primordial spirit's will, they would have true spirit. If they were harmed, the damage would also implicate the main body. Xianxia wasn't worried. He had confidence, which was why he dared to release them so wantonly. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern. Intense resistances were happening after all. They fought intensely with Mu Qing, Shizhong, Zhu Lin, the Crimson Dragon, and others. However, they suffered crushing defeats. The Zhuyan attacked the Chaos Demonic Ape Bloodlines methods displayed to their peak. It towered in the world, turning into a massive golden violent ape, providing support. There was even less of a need to talk about the Golden Lion. After so many years passed, it had long ascended to the peak of self-release realm. This race was exceptionally powerful. When it rushed into Sword Valley, the battle was almost completely one-sided. This was a bit outside Xianxia's expectations. He predicted that Sword Valley would be the strongest, that the ruined immortal might be hiding precisely here. In the end, his true body secretly approached. When he came, he discovered that the battle here had already ended. A golden lion covered in blood was unleashing a great massacre. Daring to use a formation to trap and kill me, I am going to send all of you on your way, the golden lion roared. Golden fur stood on end, great claws ripping apart the void, using the most powerful fighting strength to unleash slaughter. Sword Valley was finished, a larger half of it torn apart by this lion just like that. Together with some of the 800 disciples being here, plowing through this place, it was completely wiped out. Pung cries shook the heavens. Near Fire Cloud Cavern, several massive divine birds spread their wings. It was the mother green-scaled eagle and her children. Their figures had long undergone great changes, now not much different from the Pung race. They obtained Willow Deity's blessings, helping them cleanse their feathers and marrows, reviving their archaic lineage, triggering great changes within their bodies. The 4 divine birds displayed the Kuan Pung method, attacking Fire Cloud Cavern together with Mu Qing, sweeping through the enemies, willingly becoming the hunting dogs of the ruined Immortal, harming my clansmen, suppressing the descendants' desolate borders 7 kings left behind in the 3,000 provinces, slandering them as sinners' blood descendants. All of you deserve to die. Shi Zhong roared. He led some people into Phantom Drake Dao Gate. The Crimson Dragon followed him, also sweeping through this place, destroying this sect, unleashing a purge. There was still no ruined Immortal to be seen in the end. This made Hao frown. Kill! Shouts of war shook the heavens. The battles that took place today really were too intense. Hao ordered them to charge, continuously attacking Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, Phantom Dragon Dao Gate, and other inheritances. There wasn't any suspense. The great inheritances that suppressed the sinner's bloodline in the past were all overthrown. This created a huge commotion, shaking the entire world. All of this happened just like that. Celestial Clan was completely horrified, all of their faces turning pale, panicking. Why did this youngster return in such a vicious manner? His aura devouring mountains and rivers, wiping out those great inheritances. It truly left them terrified. Don't tell me Huang will come to the city of heaven, completely massacre us too? It was because, strictly speaking, Celestial Clan had a grudge against Hao. Back then, they wronged Huang, now it was already too late for regrets. Apart from them, there were many other clans who were terrified, worried, scared that Huang would come looking for them, completely wipe them out. That day, Huang's name was spreading throughout the entire world, because his performance was just too shocking. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley, Fire Cloud Cavern, and other places have been completely wiped out. No inheritance left in this world. This truly is terrifying. Huang's return really leaves everyone in fear. Underworld Earth. Hao spoke, his eyes aimed at one place, ordering Mu Qing and the others to slaughter their way into Underworld Earth, eliminate this powerful ancient sect. Back then, this inheritance's divine dark child was killed in the struggle between 3,000 provinces by Hao personally. This clan had acted against him again and again, wishing to strangle him prematurely along his path of growth. Up ahead, the big red bird released a long cry, screaming out, extremely miserable. It was in a rather sorry state, shocking many people. They rushed into the air, wishing to provide assistance. Ah, second Baldy, you damn brat. You aren't paying your respects when you see your big bro. You even dare launch a hidden attack on me? The big red bird cried out miserably. What was going on? Many people were shocked. The one who attacked the big red bird was an old acquaintance? Pong! Feathers flew about everywhere. The big red bird screamed even more miserably, beaten up badly. There was another bird who followed behind it, throwing itself over. Second Baldy, you thankless wretch. We haven't met for 200 years. Yet you actually attacked me from the back. When us old buddies met, you actually immediately attacked me. The big red bird was furious. Ah! It was beaten black and blue, red feathers continuously flying about. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, not knowing if they should take action. That was a peacock, its body releasing 5-colored brilliance, strength great, exceeding the big red birds. It was fighting here. What are you all gawking at? There is an assassin. Hurry and save me. The big red bird shouted itself hoarse. However, in the end, it was sent flying by that five-colored peacock again. The others were shocked, unable to help but advance again. You all don't need to worry about this. Finally, Xianxia spoke up. He naturally recognized that this was an old friend, Second Baldy, previously a member of Stone Village. It had been bullied quite miserably before by the big red bird. Second Baldy was born in the lower realms, originally quite strong, but later encountered some issues, its cultivation completely disappearing. It hid in the 100 Shattered Mountains, but later on, Xianxia captured it. During this period, Second Baldy really was bullied miserably by the big red bird. It was clearly high up above, yet all because it was crippled, it was bullied by the later generation big red bird, forced to call it Big Bro. When you see this big bro, you actually aren't bowing down, you are attacking like this. The two of us aren't finished here. The big red bird screamed miserably. Sure how? Finally, Second Baldy dragged the big red bird behind it, rushing over. It was covered in 5-colored feathers, extremely brilliant and divine. After they separated in the lower realms, they had met once in the higher realm. It was in Celestial Clan. Second Baldy had previously followed the experts of the Peacock Clan there. That time, the Peacock Clan's experts had even helped Xianxia resist the Celestial Clan. You finally appeared, Xianxia said. I was thrown into Peacock Clan's ancestral land, locked up there, not allowed to come back out until my cultivation was good enough. Immediately locked up for more than 100 years. Second Baldy was a bit embarrassed. It found it hard to imagine that the past little fellow would actually grow to this state, now high up above, forcing even ruined immortals to strategically withdraw. We'll reminisce about former times in a bit. Let me give this thing a beating first. In the past, it always challenged me. I'm going to smack you to death. Second Baldy lifted the big red bird, staring fiercely at it, and then started to beat it up again. Second little bro, you can't be like this. I am your big bro. My ass. What big bro? This old one's age is greater than even your grandfather's. Yet you dared bully me before. Second Baldy screamed. Everyone was speechless, really not knowing what to say. When these two were together, they really were like a comedic duo, really like natural brothers. Damn Second Baldy. Did you forget when you were completely naked before? Every single feather lost? Wasn't it this old one who carried you on my back? The big red bird screamed. The two divine birds fought back and forth. Only after some time did they hook their arms around each other's shoulders, looking at each other, laughing loudly. They arrived at Underworld Earth. It was deadly still, not a blade of grass growing here, even the earth black-colored. This region was extremely large. It was rumored that this was an ancient burial ground, too many creatures buried within, and that was why it was so full of energy, all types of monsters appearing. Kill! There wasn't much to say. Xianxia moved his hand. The Golden Lion, Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Zhong, and the others all charged, leading the 800 disciples into Underworld Earth. Ghost flames covered the mountains and plains, mist surging. Many Underworld Earth creatures appeared, facing everyone. However, no matter how many people the Underworld clan had, they couldn't stop this invasion. Zhu Lin roared out, her entire body surging with raging flames, displaying the true phoenix burning the heavens technique. She charged at the very front, burning down this place. This was the bane of Underworld clan's creatures, unable to fight against sacred fire. These flames burned down all things sinister and evil. Kacha. Lightning interweaved. Mu Qing operated the Lightning Emperor's method. Lightning flashed and thunder roiled, blasting these monsters until they rushed in all directions, many of them directly exploding into powder. The thunder and lightning were domineering and tyrannical, precisely the most terrifying divine abilities for dealing with spirits. They're running, Xianxia frowned. The glorious Underworld Earth Lord didn't wish to fight but rather ran, bringing some higher-level figures away from this place, entering the 9 heavens. Mu Qing came to report. After we wipe out some more inheritances, We will head into the 9 heavens as well. Settle things with those long-life families, Shurhao said. 5 days later, Shurhao's name shook the entire world. His actions were too shocking, directly sweeping through the 3,000 provinces, unleashing a great slaughter on the world, flattening well-known ancient sects one after another. Hong Long Long. Howls shook the heavens. Shurhao sat on the heavenly horse, leading the 800 disciples into the 9 heavens. There were some long-life families who didn't leave. There were also some great clans who, despite having great backgrounds, couldn't enter immortal domain. Some people who previously knew Shurhao had complicated feelings. They never thought that he would become unmatched in the world. His aura now world-devouring, starting to face the long-life families. The so-called ascending to the 9 heavens really was just moving on the same heaven and earth. It was because the 9 heavens 10 earths were now connected, crashing together, not separated anymore. Along the way, the clans were all shocked, the entire world shaken. Huang's power was too great, sweeping through everything before him. He marched his way over, leaving everyone shocked. The clans were all in apprehension, all of them horrified. Along the way, Huang overthrew Immortal Palace, swept through Underworld Earth, Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley, and others. Which one of these weren't great sects? There were some that were rumored to have ruined immortals behind them, but in the end, they were all wiped out. Along the way, many people were looking around, the great clans all in fear. This was especially the case for the clans who walked quite close to Immortal Palace, Wang family, Jin family, and others in the past. In their eyes, the current Huang was basically an unmatched great demon king, dominating the world. Who could resist? Even the ruined immortal in Immortal Palace was scared off. This type of might was incomparable. Who could compare? The 800 disciples were majestic, slaughtering their way into the 9 heavens, great banners fluttering about along the way. There wasn't a single clan that didn't back off, the experts all hiding, lowering their heads even when they were far away. They could only bow down out of fear of provoking this group of murderous gods. In their eyes, these were unrivaled masters. In the distance, black mist surged, vicious energy surging, clearly not some auspicious land. However, Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Crimson Dragon, and the others didn't back off, directly heading there. They spurred on their mounts, rushing through the sky, charging there just like that. Everyone sucked in a cold breath of air. This was a darkness region, but they didn't care at all. They actually advanced in a straight line just like that. They called it a darkness region, but actually the darkness matter already withdrew. There was only a bit of the past darkness left, making it seem inauspicious. These types of places could be found all over the 9 heavens 10 earths. When they were added up in total, they occupied half of the territory, extremely vast. It was because back then, the darkness creatures were just this powerful, occupying over half of the world. If not for the descent of the cultivationless age, they would have continued to expand. Who dares charge into our territory? A giant head extended out from this land, surging with black clouds. It came from an abyss, a flood dragon with a massive body that was over 100,000 zhang long. This was a rarely seen giant creature. Wang. It reached out a large claw, grabbing outwards. Black mist surged, extremely fierce. It was extremely strong, rarely meeting a match under the supreme being level. It was an elite that was left behind after the darkness creatures withdrew in the past, not leaving with them. Ho! The golden lion attacked, its entire body surging with golden light. In addition, its body became larger, releasing a lion roar, leaving the darkness flood dragon in the abyss shaken, a bit stunned. Then, the tens of thousands of zhang-length golden lion threw itself over. Golden blood energy surged, its claws tearing through the world, making even the sun and moon shake. The flood dragon was alarmed. It rushed out, fighting with it. It was clear that even though the darkness creature's past evolution was fierce, in the end, they still couldn't match a powerful expert like the golden lion whose foundation was stable. After an intense battle with a PU sound, it was quickly defeated, the flood dragon body torn in half. Advance! Mu Qing waved his hand, having the 800 disciples advance. The golden lion was majestic and awe-inspiring. It stood in the heavens, blood all around it, scattering down. Golden radiance erupted in its eyes, staring at the distant great earth. Worthy of being Huang. They slaughtered their way over just like that, not making their way around, charging straight into the land of darkness. I feel like Huang's return is going to be a huge matter. After he deals with some inheritances, he will most likely get rid of all of the darkness creatures. They were speaking quietly, feeling shocked, but also excited, full of expectations. Everyone was longing for the future. Huang's power wasn't a disaster. It might be an omen that prosperous times were coming. Even if it was the cultivationless age, the day when it ended would still come eventually. If even the creatures of darkness were eliminated, then this world would naturally become extremely peaceful. Along the way, it was unknown how many creatures of darkness rose into the sky. In the end, they were all killed without exception. The golden lion led the way, courage unmatched. Worthy of being a lion king. Even some of Stone Village's youngsters said this quietly. By the time we get to the 9 heavens, you think the long-life families would have already fled? Zhu Lin was worried. Where can they run to? Immortal Domain's gates are shut, no longer opening to the world. Would they be able to escape this world? Mu Qing's expression was cold. In the 9 heavens, in front of Jin family's gates, there were many people, all of them looking like they were facing a great enemy, defending strictly. It was because they received news. Moreover, there were quite a few esteemed guests inside, currently discussing countermeasures. That day, the 9 heavens could be said to be full of killing intent. The long-life families were all extremely nervous, the atmosphere grave. After many years passed, there were some immortal Dao families who already entered Immortal Domain, but there were some families that were forced to stay behind, for example, Jin family, Wind Clan, and others. Back then, they colluded with the creatures of darkness. After this was exposed, they paid a huge price for this. Wang family was extremely decisive. Immortal Wang personally took action, cutting down his own sons. Then, the entire clan entered Immortal Domain, leaving Jin family in jealousy and envy. Hong Long Long. In the horizon, a stream of steel surged over, vicious energy overflowing. The momentum of this army of 800 was astonishing, shaking the heavens above and earth below. This wasn't like 800 people, but rather like a great army of 100,000, surging over. The great earth and the sky dome were both trembling. It's coming. They came looking for us first after all. The expressions of Jin family's people all changed. All of them shocked and scared, carrying anger. Huang came, the first long-life family they paid a visit to was Jin family. There was a great gate that was as tall as a mountain peak, flowing with symbols. A mysterious great Tao sound was produced, chaotic energy flowing out. This was precisely where Jin family's foundation was. Nearby, there were many beautiful peaks, islands floating in the skies as well, full of giant palaces. White mists rose in spirals, as if it was an immortal realm. Right now, all of the buildings and all of the divine mountains floated. The various formations that were arranged there activated, blocking the advance of the army of 800. Huang, what is your intention? The world is now peaceful, yet you wish to provoke conflict. An expert shouted. He braced himself and shouted this, but his back was already flowing with cold sweat. Sure Hao stood in the back with his hands behind his back, examining this immortal Dao family ancestral land. When he slaughtered his way in back then, he was in too much of a rush, thus forced out by the great formation again. Now he came again. He didn't pay Jin family's people any attention, not uttering a word. If the world is at peace, why are there creatures of darkness in our way? Mu Qing coldly replied. Then you all should have gotten rid of the darkness creatures. Why did you come to surround my Jin family? An elder shouted. The expressions of many people from Jin family turned pale white, truly a bit scared. More than 100 years ago, Huang had previously slaughtered his way up to their gate, injuring Jin Taijun. Now that he came again, he was definitely stronger. Who could even face him? On our way here, the darkness experts' numbers were reduced considerably. From today on, we won't tolerate their destruction anymore. All of them are going to be swept through. You all colluded with the creatures of darkness, so we came today to demand an explanation. Mu Qing said coldly. When Jin family heard this, their faces became even more ugly, a few people unable to help but tremble. Jin family, which had remained glorious for so long, because they colluded with the creatures of darkness, were shamed, provoking a huge disaster. When the cultivationless age descended, they lost the right to enter immortal domain. Moreover, Jin Taijun was forced to kill many people in her own clan, and only then was the clan allowed to struggle on. Now, the past events were mentioned again, basically like opening an old wound again. In the distance, there were figures everywhere, just too many people here belonging to different sections. They were all people who hurried over after hearing the news. Some of them were experts from great clans, some of them independent cultivators, even some creatures of darkness. They all came to see Huang's way of doing things themselves, to see just how strong he was exactly. Is that Huang? He is too young, worthy of being the #1 heaven-warping figure of this great era. He achieved supreme being level at a few decades of age, and now, he can even more so look down on all under the sky. Huang, that is Huang. Child, he is your role model. When you grow up, try to also become a domineering figure like this. An elder pointed out, giving his own grandson motivation. Many people came, all of them watching from the distance. There were people whose ages were great, but also young men and women, many clans people here. Huang, he is precisely Huang. Back then, I studied at the same heavenly deity institution as him. Someone said quietly. This immediately drew eyes. A genius who was from the same generation as Huang was worth paying attention to. Sure how? In the distance, there was a shout. A blonde youngster ran over, making the skies tremble under his feet, producing countless cracks. It was hard to imagine just how great his strength was. At this moment, Sure How was finally surprised, no longer remaining indifferent. You didn't leave? It was actually the heavenly horned ant. He clearly remembered that the heavenly horned ant left back then, heading into immortal domain. He had even went to see him off, but he didn't walk through the immortal gate. I chose to stay behind. My father died in this realm, immortal domain wasn't willing to help back then, so I don't want to go there. The moment I was about to step through, I turned around. The heavenly horned ant said, rushing over, hugging Sure How firmly. Then why didn't you show up a bit earlier? During this cultivationless age, Sure How's old friends had pretty much all left, entering immortal domain. Being able to meet an old friend again naturally made him extremely happy. I've been cultivating in seclusion all this time, wishing to come out again after I became a supreme being. Otherwise, how could I face a supreme being like you? The heavenly horned ant had an awkward expression on his face. He shook his head and said, it's too hard. It seems like I cannot achieve it before 500 years. He knew that he wasn't the only one. Even for the others, including those people who entered immortal domain, it would be hard to achieve. What are you acting all embarrassed for? Don't tell me that if your cultivation is lower, we aren't brothers. Sure How tapped his fist against his chest. Of course. His supreme being aura was completely restrained. Obviously not. The heavenly horned ant completely accepted things as they were and moved on. Even though he didn't break through, when he received news of Sure Hao's reappearance, he immediately rushed over. You're going to kill that old hag Jin Taijun, right? Count me in. The heavenly horned ant beat his chest. The others were all excited as well. Stone Village's disciples all walked up to pay their respects, because this was Sure Hao's life and death brother. After so many years passed, they rarely saw Sure Hao this happy. For someone to make his supreme being Tao heart produce fluctuations, make him reveal joy, it really wasn't easy. Suddenly, Sure Hao's expression changed slightly. Woo, things are a bit strange. All of you back off. Since they prepared so much for me, I am going to take a look. What's wrong? The heavenly horned ant asked. He wanted to help Sure Hao. It's nothing. Today, I am going to tear through this place. No demons or monsters can stop me. Hao said. Hong. Immediately afterwards, a fist smashed out, directly blasting through half of Jin family's manor. Even though there were countless great formations there, it was still not enough, all of them breaking apart. Earth and stones rushed into the clouds. All types of symbols shone on the ground, moreover starting to burn fiercely. Hao paid close attention to restraint, using all of his aura on the formations, not affecting the people behind him. Otherwise, any bit of Supreme Being aura that leaked out would be too much for even Stone Village's soldiers to handle. Even the spectators would suffer a calamity. At the very least, they would fall weakly onto the ground. Big bro, you already said that you would leave this to us. We need to sharpen ourselves right now, use bloody battles to verify our many years of cultivation. Leave Jin family to us. Zhong, Zhu Lin and others all cried out, fearing that if Hao got too excited from killing, he would completely flatten this place alone. There was still half a manor left. The immortal Tao ruined formations there shining, rumbling with noise. It was filled with symbols, blocking the power of that fist. However, Jin family's manor clearly couldn't hold on anymore, because it was already cracking apart, breaking down under ka-ka noises. How could this be? In the depths of Jin family, many people were horrified. That was but a ruined immortal Tao formation, yet it couldn't stop Huang's fist. A doddering figure appeared. It was precisely Jin Taijun. She was covered in wrinkles, her entire face creased. After all these years, she was still alive, but she really was old now. She didn't die in the cultivationless age. It was clear that the backing of a long-life family was astonishing. Having undying matter, divine medicines and other things, able to extend her life, prevent her from dying of old age. However, the passage of time also left behind unerasable traces on her body, making her seem even more old. She was no longer as vigorous as before. Jin Taijun was leaning on a dragon-head walking stick, her eyes deep and cold. She hated Hao too much. It was precisely this youngster's attack that caused Jin family to suffer an unexpected calamity, unable to enter immortal domain. If they remained in this world, they were doomed to decline and decay. At the very least, she almost couldn't hold on anymore. As a supreme being in this great era, she was actually going to meet such a bitter end. She couldn't accept this. How was she supposed to avoid death by old age? She wanted to enter immortal domain. However, this little devil came back today. She might not even be able to die of old age normally. You still came in the end. Jin Taijun clenched her teeth, truly wishing she could kill Hao with her stare. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. I won't feel at peace without killing you. The heroes who fell in battle in Desolate Border won't be at peace, unable to rest. Hao said coldly. You are quite the youngster back then. You were nothing more than an insect that this old one could crush to death at any time. What a pity. I was too kind, giving you a chance, letting you grow up. Jin Taijun was full of hatred. She truly regretted this. If she killed Hao without caring about the consequences, then she wouldn't have ended up in her current state. However, who would have predicted that Huang would grow to this state? At the very least, she didn't feel that Huang could become a supreme being within a few hundred years, feeling like she had more than enough time to deal with later disasters. If you had that much energy, why didn't you use it to face the enemies in Desolate Border? Hao sneered, starting to reminisce about the past. With a light sigh, he said, I remember that you didn't provide the slightest bit of support in Desolate Border. Did you kill a foreign supreme being? You? Jin Taijun's face immediately flushed red, full of rage and humiliation. When one thought about it carefully, she only did one major thing in Desolate Border, which was hand Huang over, gifting him to the other side. Old hag, back then you didn't do squat, yet you are always messing around behind the backlands, harming us. I really want to just skin you alive, the heavenly horned ant shouted. In the distance, the cultivators from various clans were all alarmed. Huang's generation's people were daring after all, any random one daring to mock Jin Taijun. However, when one thought back, that really was a golden age. The dying flash before the cultivationless age's descent really did produce a large amount of geniuses. Unfortunately, they all headed into immortal domain. I am going to kill you all, Jin Taijun roared. She immediately reached out a large hand, dried up and thin. Even though she lacked blood energy, it was still enough to make the stars in outer space tremble. Silently, 5 veterans appeared around the heavenly horned ant, protecting this place. There is no need to worry about me. Just protect them. Don't let that old hag launch a hidden attack on the others, the heavenly horned ant ordered, having the 5 veterans protect everyone. These 5's origins were all exceptional old soldiers who had experienced a cruel bloody war in the last great era. For the sake of living, they refined themselves into puppets to protect the heavenly horned ant Hong. Sure how moved. How could he let Jin Taijun kill anyone? Jin Taijun, you are unbridled. Sure how only had these words. He smashed open Jin family's manor, a palm hacking it open, facing Jin Taijun. Jin Taijun's expression changed, not daring to face him head-on. Back then, she had already experienced this youngster's strength, even though at that time, she was flustered and panicking, not facing him directly either. Now, after so many years passed, Sure Hao had long gotten rid of his own hidden dangers, becoming unmatched in the supreme being level. Jin Taijun could sense this type of pressure, something she only sensed from the peak state Great Elder and Immortal Huang's body. She felt like Huang might be even more ferocious than those two now. Pong! She retracted her shriveled great hand, brandishing the dragon head staff, smashing it outwards. There were metal fragments everywhere in the skies. That staff made of various treasures exploded in the air from Sure Hao's attack. Shattered. Jin Taijun backed up, rushing towards the depths of the great formation. Hong! Sure Hao followed along, his steps even. He followed after her, a fist smashing out, not caring if it was a ruined immortal formation or if there were other exceptional defenses in the slightest. He smashed through everything, creating a safe path. On the ground, many symbols grew dim and then they exploded. This was the collapse of some great formations. In the formation, there was something screaming. It was the spirit nurtured in the formation, the one that controlled it all. However, now it could no longer do anything to Sure Hao. In the past, both he and the little black dog ran frantically, and only then did they avoid the attacks of this formation. Today, he already didn't have to fear anything. He created a new system, the cultivation method most suited to himself. The current Huang reached the peak of the mortal Dao, already at the summit of extreme Dao. He was unrivaled in this world. Kill! Suddenly, Jin Taijun turned around, slaughtering her way back. In her hands was a ruined sword that was shining green. It carried a terrifying aura, bringing it down on Sure Hao. It was actually a ruined immortal artifact. It was clear that she was staking it all. Her blood energy was now insufficient, so she used an immortal Dao weapon to compensate for this. Sure Hao remained fearless. It was just a ruined artifact. If he wanted to, he could easily send it flying with the everlasting sword core. He only formed an imprint, directly smashing it over. Chi! Suddenly, a streak of dark light erupted, directly appearing by the back of Sure Hao's head. All of a sudden, a giant wolf claw attacked fiercely, wishing to strike Sure Hao down. This was a giant wolf, many stars swirling around its claws, its aura terrifying. It was completely pitch black at the supreme being realm. At the same time, crazy winds stirred about in the skies. A black great pung spread its massive wings, diving down with extreme speed, wishing to forcibly tear apart Sure Hao's skull. It was another supreme being, just like the giant wolf, carrying darkness attribute aura. Jin family, you all truly are despicable. Not even death can wipe out your crimes. Even now, you are still colluding with the creatures of darkness, not knowing repentance. In the back, Mu Qing shouted loudly. The heavenly horned ant's eyes were even more sore. Even he was surprised. Jin family really was determined. Were they going to completely cast their lot with the darkness? I am already about to die. How can I be bothered to care about darkness or light? Kill! Jin Taijun roared out. Dang! Sure Hao raised his hand, blocking that giant wolf's great claw. He opened his mouth, roaring out, sword energy surging, forming a stellar stream, smashing into the black heavenly pong in the sky. At the same time, his hand formed an imprint, smashing towards the sword in Jin Taijuan's hands. Three great supreme beings took action, wishing to attack and kill Huang. This triggered a huge commotion, everyone watching in shock. Chi! Suddenly, death energy pervaded the air. A streak of golden light erupting, piercing at Shao's back. A fourth supreme being took action. Underworld Earth still had a supreme being. This was outside of my expectations. Shao released a light sigh. That was an old corpse, all skin and bones like a skeleton. It released a faint golden radiance, its eye sockets sunken, attacking Shao from the back. Underworld Earth's lord fled, but it was actually to enter Jin family, waiting here to ambush me. Good. Now not a single one of you will escape, Shi Zhong shouted. Underworld Lord isn't a supreme being. This should be a hidden extreme expert of their clan, the heavenly horned ant said. Hong Long. The world exploded. A great hand held a void immortal gold dagger, suddenly attacking, stabbing at Shao's head. Another supreme being appeared to attack Huang. Everyone was stunned. In this cultivationless age, there were actually this many supreme beings? Wind Ancestor. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing his identity. Things actually developed like this. Everyone was shocked. 5 great experts, these were 5 supreme beings. They surrounded Huang together, ambushing him here, wishing to kill him. Among them, there were 2 darkness supreme beings. Jin Taijun, Heavenly Wolf Sovereign, Darkness Great Pong, Underworld Earth's Elder, Wind Ancestor. These 5 great experts actually moved together, putting aside their supreme being dignity to kill one person. Hong Long Long. Shao's fist smashed out, forcibly clashing with the void immortal gold dagger. The noise was resounding. He had an unmatched aura, hacking through everything in his path. He was just one person, yet he actually faced 5 great supreme beings. This was an extremely great battle. Huang was powerful to the point where everyone was shocked, completely stupefied. It was because during this battle, Shao's power couldn't be stopped. With a Hong noise, a fist sent the Wind Ancestor flying back, making even the void immortal gold dagger release a loud noise, almost breaking. Dang! At the same time, Shao turned around, facing the Heavenly Wolf Supreme Being. He condensed a fist imprint, smashing that great claw to pieces, blood dripping everywhere. Pooh! Jin Taijun coughed out blood, her entire body rammed into by the endless radiance Shao released. The Immortal Dao Ruined Sword was almost knocked out of her hands. Shao was unstoppable, looking down on these 5 great supreme beings, possessing unmatched aptitude. Kacha! Another fist smashed out. Shao and Underworld Earth's old skeleton elder clashed, making an arm bone explode, fly outwards. Pong cries shook the heavens, miserable and terrifying. With a pu sound, a rain of blood poured down from the sky. Shao forcibly ripped off one of the darkness Heavenly Peng's wings. Was he a war devil, or was he a war immortal? He was completely invincible. Everyone was endlessly shocked. Huang was just a single person, yet he faced 5 great supreme beings, actually fearless, moreover seizing the advantage. He really was heroic and unmatched. Ah! The darkness Heavenly Peng released a cry of pain. His body was massive beyond compare. A rain of blood scattered about. After losing a wing, it immediately fell into the distance. Dong! Smoke and dust flew everywhere, rubble collapsing the heavens. The darkness Heavenly Peng caused many giant mountains to collapse, even more so causing many islands floating in the sky to crash down, crushing Jin family's ancient land. It was already seriously injured, its blood carrying dark light. Everyone was forced back, not willing to be corrupted by it. Even if it was Jin Taijun or Wind Clan's ancestor, they were no exception. They blocked the darkness rain of blood. The others were also seriously injured. In the brief exchange just now, they all suffered badly. Just what kind of power was this? He fought 5 great supreme beings alone. Moreover, this wasn't something achieved through great difficulty, but rather him being on the initiative. Huang actually seized the advantage, injuring them, leaving everyone endlessly shaken. Jin family's faces were completely white. This Huang was too ferocious, slaughtering his way into their ancestral land, overwhelming Jin Taijun and intimidating the other supreme beings. How were they even supposed to contend against him? Sure Hao wasn't in a rush to take action. After tearing off a wing from the darkness heavenly Peng, he stood in the center of the battlefield, coldly sweeping his eyes over everyone. The great supreme being's expressions were all cold. They wiped away the blood from the corners of their lips, and then surrounded him again. They all formed magical imprints, facing him seriously, wishing to kill him. You all really don't want face anymore? You're all supreme beings. Yet the 5 of you are working together, setting up an ambush. In the back, Shi Zhong shouted. He was a bit worried. Even though Shi Hao seized the advantage right now, he was still facing 5 great extreme experts alone in the end. If there was even a bit of negligence or a mishap, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. This way is fine too, it saves me the time of having to seek you all one after the next, one family after the other. I'll just kill all of you right now. Shi Hao's voice carried killing intent. He stared at Jin Taijun and then at Wind Ancestor. This time, the main reason he entered the 9 heavens was precisely to kill these two, to eliminate future disasters. These two colluded with the creatures of darkness, losing the right to enter immortal domain. Their relationship with Shi Hao was completely that of unable to coexist in the same world. Wind Clan's old thing actually ran all the way here. Today, I'll just start from you. Shi Hao looked towards him. There was no way the two of them could reach a compromise. The grudges between this clan and himself were too deep. Back then, when Yuanqing first acted against him, he was sent into Origin Ancient Mind to become a slave, to have his great Tao foundation ruined, to ultimately suppress and kill him. The reason why Yuanqing took action was precisely on Wind Clan's orders. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 years have passed. Little devil, you've actually grown to this state. It truly leaves one regretful, completely unexpected. Wind Clan's ancestor said with a deep voice. Wind Ancestor, back then, there was a clan in Desolate Border that decided to cast themselves with the enemy, following some foreign cultivators into Heavenly Beast Forest to chase after me. Was it you all? Shi Hao asked. Colluding with the creatures of darkness, even defecting to the other side. There were some families who already began to rot from the roots, their hearts completely not with the 9 heavens side. Youngster, do not think that you really are number 1 under heaven. Die! That darkness heavenly wolf opened its mouth, its massive body towering into the clouds. When it bared its fangs, it could simply bite down the heavenly sun. If he doesn't die today, we will all die. We can only fight with everything we have. Kill! Jin Taijun shouted. She held a ruined immortal artifact in hand, taking the initiative to attack again. It wasn't just them who were going all out. Shi Hao also adjusted himself to his best state. He came precisely to get rid of these supreme beings, to slaughter his way through all enemies. With a Hong noise, blood energy rushed into the heavens. Shi Hao erupted with a heaven-piercing earth-moving aura. His body was like a great furnace, surging with blood energy. It was as if raging flames were burning. Right now, his aura surged, rushing into the sky dome, covering this land, making even the stars in outer space tremble. Many people in Jin family immediately fell weak on the ground, unable to endure this type of pressure. There were some other people who even exploded under piu-piu noises, unable to withstand this power. Jin Taijun's face turned cold. With a wave of her great sleeve, many Jin family experts were swept out, sent out of the ancestral land, appearing outside the battlefield. In the back, the 5 old soldiers held war spears. They shone at the same time, forming some type of mysterious formation, protecting the heavenly horned ant and stone village's soldiers, immediately bringing them back in retreat. Dang! With a flick of Shi Hao's finger, unmatched grass symbol sword energy erupted endlessly, all of it striking down on the ruined sword in Jin Taijun's hands. resisting this immortal Tao magical artifact that was already quite damaged. Chi! The entire skies were full of crow feathers, as if there were black spears appearing one after another. They descended from the skies, making the void explode, chaotic energy surge. The scene was terrifying. This was the darkness heavenly Pong. It was a supreme being, immediately recovering from its injuries. It attacked again, all of the black feathers on its body flying out, their destructive power astonishing. Woo-woo! Crazy winds swept about, making even the stars in outer space tremble. In addition, clouds and mist rose here, making it difficult to see the scenery clearly. Wind Ancestor took action. It was extremely terrifying. He stood in the sky dome above, transferring great winds, tearing apart some stars, ultimately making them melt. Oh! The darkness heavenly wolf howled towards the moon. The moons in outer space exploded. That darkness heavenly wolf's body was massive. With a jump, its great claw made the great earth cave in and the void crack apart, everything shaking intensely. An underworld baleful aura surged, coming from underworld Earth's golden skeleton. After its arm healed, it released a roar, releasing terrifying magical force, bombarding Xianxia. This scene was extremely terrifying. 5 great supreme beings were joining hands to attack. Resplendent symbols swirled about, the most powerful magical force surging, covering Xianxia beneath. You want to kill me? You all are still not enough. Xianxia released a great shout. At the same time, he displayed his own different path. His abdomen swirled with yin and yang energies, the sea of reincarnation appearing, forming a yin-yang life and death diagram. In addition, it quickly enlarged, surrounding him within. Hong hong hong. The 5 great experts slaughtered their way over at the same time, their most powerful attacks all landing on it, yet he blocked it all. This diagram had the power of impervious to all methods. At the same time, Xianxia's internal viscera shone, scripture noises rippling out, as if the Buddhas and devils of the heavens were chanting, supporting his unmatched body. For extremes connecting heaven and earth. His 4 limbs shone, as if they could connect to the cosmos, able to suppress the worlds for extremes. They possessed unmatched force. He was just a single person, yet he was going to suppress these 5 great experts. Dong! Xianxia brandished his fists. Even though this was a simple and domineering attack, it still contained all types of magic and wondrous laws. This was a fist imprint that merged many types of precious techniques. Between heaven and earth, all types of heavenly stars appeared in Xianxia's surroundings and between his fists. Stellar streams swirled about, as if following his movements, the sun, moon, and stellar seas all surging in response. This scene was horrifying. After an intense collision, followed by a terrifying tearing, the 5 great experts were actually shaken until they coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, all of them suffering greatly. Kill! Wind Ancestor roared furiously. We cannot go all out here. Huang, do you dare fight in outer space? Jean Taijun roared in anger. It was because she just couldn't take it anymore. This was Jean family's ancestral land. Yet in the end, even though they had only begun to face each other, even the ruined immortal Tao formations weren't enough, breaking apart. If they still didn't leave, not only would the ancestral land collapse, all of Jean family would be erased. Under the fluctuations of a supreme being level battle, nothing could remain. Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Zhu Lin, and the others all revealed looks of worry. The battle didn't immediately end, so they couldn't calm down. Whether or not Huang could win this battle alone was related to too much. Outer space was vast and boundless. In the cosmos, there were endless stars, large amounts of pitch-black regions, ice-cold and overcast, quiet like a land of death. Only everything was destined to change today. The 6 great experts slaughtered their way into the cosmos, fighting with everything they had, risking it all. Wind Ancestor roared in fury. He was targeted by Xianxia after all, the very first one to pick weaknesses from. His shoulder was struck, exploding there, blood flying in all directions. His left shoulder and the entire arm exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Moreover, The fist imprint radiance, after passing through his body, even struck the distant stars behind him, blasting them to pieces. Oh! The darkness heavenly wolf swallowed the moon. Stars devoured one after another, refined into resplendent divine light. Then, it fiercely spat them out, trying to burn down Xianxia. In addition, it went crazy, not caring about its life, immediately charging forward. Xianxia's entire body surged with blood energy, shining together with the sea of reincarnation, forming a yin-yang diagram, protecting his entire body. His defensive power was too astonishing. That was why he also charged forward without any fear, wishing to kill the darkness heavenly wolf. Gotcha! Xianxia wounded the darkness heavenly wolf heavily. Many of his entire body's bones were broken. Supreme being blood splashed out, the sky dome trembling. These people fought until the great battle reached its climax, all of their eyes turning red from killing intent. However, there was nothing they could do. The situation became more and more clear. They weren't his match, unable to stop that young figure at the center of the battlefield. He was just one person, but all 5 of them were going to be suppressed. Dang! Finally, Xianxia drew the sword core. After forcing back Jin Taijuan's ruined immortal sword, he struck out. Precious techniques shocked the heavens. A slice was brought down vertically, cutting the darkness heavenly wolf in half. The 2 pieces of its massive wolf body flew outwards, rushing in different directions, some stars even exploding. Cease your insolence! Wind Ancestor roared out. Xianxia gave up on everyone else, focusing all of his attacks on him. Divine multicolored light erupted, symbols covering the skies, precious techniques drowning this place, making even the ice-cold starry skies burn fiercely. Pooh! Unfortunately, at this point, the result of this supreme being battle had already been decided. Xianxia went all out, full of killing intent. One blade hacked open his skull, blood flying in all directions. Wind Ancestor was killed, his skull hacked open by Huang, primordial spirit erased. Dang! At the same time, Jin Taijuan's ruined sword was struck aside, making her cough out large mouthfuls of blood. That ruined sword separated from her hands, leaving her, falling into the depths of the dark cosmos, making Jin Taijuan's expression turn pale with fright. Pooh! Sword radiance overflowed. Xianxia was like a berserk demon. After slaughtering Wind Ancestor, he locked onto her, going all out and attacking. Hurry and take action. Don't be scared. If we can't kill him, all of us are going to die. Jin Taijun roared out. At this point, there was no way out, they could only succeed. Even though Wind Ancestor was killed in battle, they still couldn't back down. Otherwise, once they were found by Huang, one after another, they would be directly cut down and killed. Oh! The darkness heavenly wolf released a great roar. Even though it was hacked in half just now, it rushed over, opening its bloody mouth, displaying a supreme being secret method to attack Xianxia. Unfortunately, its life also reached its end. Not enough even if it was a darkness creature. Xianxia's fish smashed out, making its head directly explode. This was a simple and domineering strike, erasing the body and spirit of a supreme being. You? Jin Taijun was scared. The other 2 experts were also panicking. In just a short amount of time, Wind Ancestor and Darkness Heavenly Wolf, these 2 great experts lost their lives. Just how savage was Huang? He was too terrifying, basically unstoppable. They just could not understand. Why was Huang so powerful? He was just a single person, moreover so young, yet he could actually face the 5 of them alone, moreover striking them down in front of everyone. Even after you had a wing torn off, you still didn't learn your lesson. Xianxia roared out, targeting that darkness heavenly Peng who long recovered its wings. Between his fingers, sword light surged, blazing at that darkness heavenly Peng. Peng cry sounded. It spread its wings, actually fleeing into the distance, not willing to face him head-on. Peng! The darkness heavenly Peng spread its wings, the scene just too horrifying. Its body was too massive, speed even greater. The scene of the stars exploding occurred. When this darkness heavenly Peng fled into hiding, the disturbance that was produced was too great, making all of the nearby stars grow dim. carried fear, which was why it was so cautious, avoiding death. The golden skeleton from underworld Earth didn't escape. Xianxia rushed forward, grabbing it. His arms shone, operating the strength of the peak of the mortal Tao domain. Kill! Xianxia released a great roar, his arms exerting force, forcibly breaking this golden skeleton supreme being into ruined bones. Then endless streaks of sword radiance hacked out, destroying his primordial spirit. The third supreme being was killed. In the depths of the cosmos, all types of strange scenes appeared. For example, a rain of blood descending, heaven's tears, darkness mist seeped out. All of these the irregular scenes that appeared when supreme beings died. Jin Taijun was scared. 3 of the 5 great supreme beings were killed by Huang immediately. Just how were they supposed to resist? How were they supposed to even stop him? She knew that there was already no chance of victory. Even if they went all out, burned their own essence, fought a bloody battle with Xianxia until the very end, they would still be defeated and die. Her conviction wavered. She wanted to run. Unfortunately, at this point, how could she escape? Xianxia wouldn't give her the chance. Hong. This fist contained Xianxia's unrivaled Tao, exceptional and unmatched. Beams of light overflowed, scattering the starry sky. The power of the fist imprint unmatched. Pooh! Jin Taijun was forcibly blasted apart by Xianxia's fist, struck until her body exploded to pieces. Then, she continued to explode, turning into bloody mist. Even that primordial spirit was smashed by the fist. Not even a strand of primordial spirit imprint left. Too terrifying. In the distance, someone said in horror. Many people, through some formations and other things, saw the great battle here. Their expressions lacked color, their bodies trembling. Jin family's people all fell weak to the ground. When they saw this result, they knew that everything was over. In outer space, the battle still hadn't finished. That darkness heavenly Peng originally wanted to flee, but it knew that even if it ran like this, it would still be caught up to, that it couldn't escape. It chose to attack, rushing from the back when Xianxia killed Jin Taijun. A pair of darkness claws scratched towards Xianxia's skull. It shrunk down, incredibly vicious, no longer the size of a star. However, accompanied by a rain of blood, with Jin Taijun's death, Xianxia calmly turned around. One arm rose towards the sky, grabbing it in one go. How is this possible? The darkness heavenly Peng roared out. Found it too hard to believe. It was caught by this person just like that. It was a darkness supreme being. All of its magical force and all of its Tao skills were ineffective. Outside Huang's body, it was as if everything was suppressed, impossible to display. Magical force immunity. Xianxia suddenly displayed this type of ability, which was now many times more powerful than before. Pooh! When Xianxia snatched the darkness heavenly Peng out of the air, his other hand also moved, fiercely tearing, directly ripping this darkness heavenly Peng in half. A miserable scream sounded. The darkness heavenly Peng died. Even its primordial spirit was ripped into 2, and then even more so blasted by unmatched divine force, its primordial spirit turning into powder. In just one battle, he killed 5 great supreme beings. This battle ended just like that. How terrifying were 5 great supreme beings. However, they all died, killed by Xianxia alone, all of them losing their lives. In the 9 heavens, everyone already knew the result of this battle. When they saw the heavens' tears scene, many people were horrified. Just how powerful was Huang? Many people found it impossible to speak. Jin Taijun, Wind Ancestor, Underworld Earth's golden skeleton. These supreme beings had reigned gloriously for endless years, dominated a larger half of a great era, yet in the end they all died just like that. Xianxia walked forward, calm and unhurried, his body lacking a drop of blood. His moon-white battle clothes were clean and spotless, looking aloof and detached, just like a solitary immortal who emerged in a world of mortals. This type of temperament was entirely different from what he displayed just now during the great battle. When he was fighting, he was like rolling thunder, like flashing lightning, incredibly domineering. With a fist, even supreme beings would explode, a rain of blood filling the skies. Even many great stars would explode. Then, When the battle ended, he was instead this calm, lacking the slightest bit of killing intent. He walked across the starry dome, looking incredibly transcendent and otherworldly. He returned from outer space, descending on the 9 heavens' great earth. Right now it was dead silent. Many people were feeling scared, feeling fear. You still want to hide? Sure Hao looked towards Jin family's ruined ancient land. With a light point, a creature released a great cry, and then exploded, turning into a rain of blood. This was the Underworld Lord, someone who followed Underworld Earth's golden old skeleton to Jin family, discussing how to ambush Huang. In the end, they still couldn't escape death. Sure Hao released a light sigh, his supreme being aura completely withdrawing. He walked into the distance. The great battle ended, completely came to a close. 5 great supreme beings were executed. This was enough to shock all under the sky. Chi! Suddenly, a streak of sword light shone, enough to shake the entire 9 heavens 10 earths. One sword ascending to immortality, terrifying beyond compare. Someone took action, carrying immortal Dao power. He took action at this moment precisely when Sure Hao was least vigilant. It was because the great battle had just ended, his body was relaxed, yet he suffered another attack. Ruined immortal, are you courting death? In that instant, Sure Hao's exuberant blood energy rushed into the heavens. He wasn't killed, his response swift. A sword rushed through the air, intercepting that world-shocking murderous light. Hong! Sure Hao turned around, taking the initiative to attack. One hand held the sword core, one hand formed a fist imprint, smashing towards the ruined immortal. The ruined immortal attacked. Immortal Dao energy surged intensely, white mist raging. There was no human body visible, only endless sword energy erupting. Everyone was stupefied. Sure Hao fought 5 great supreme beings alone, even killing all of them. When he had just descended from outer space, he ended up encountering this type of ambush. This was actually immortal Dao power. This was precisely Huang. If it was anyone else, their body and spirit would have long been destroyed. They would inevitably die. Who could stop that vicious sword energy? They were far from being strong enough. The great battle was too terrifying. The 2 sides clashed, creating the most terrifying result. Hong! Heaven and earth split apart, primal chaos appearing. The ancient land Jin family was in broke apart. The mountains, rivers, and all things turned to dust, all of the beautiful sceneries disappearing. This place broke apart inch by inch, turning into ashes. This was a clash between the most powerful. The individuals hidden in the horizon were all inwardly counting their blessings, but 90% of the people there immediately fell down, unable to control themselves, their entire bodies shaking, completely weak. They were bowing before the might of this type of unmatched expert. Originally, in this region, there were endless great mountains, draconic energy surging, purple energy indistinct, looking incredibly divine. There was even a ruined immortal Dao formation protecting this place. However now, everything became a part of the clouds and smoke of history. Under the ruined immortal and Sure Hao's power, everything within who knew how many tens of thousands of li sunk. The void exploded, darkness appearing. This was a great disaster. Meanwhile, this was only the result of the blast waves. When the 2 exchanged attacks, they rushed into the air, continuing to rise, entering outer space. Despite this being the case, Jin family was completely obliterated from the world. And when the 2 of them slaughtered their way into outer space, Sure Hao was shocked. In the white-colored immortal mist, that figure was extremely unfamiliar. It wasn't Immortal Palace's ruined immortal. He didn't recognize this person. However, immortal Dao energy swirled about. This person had long achieved immortality. Chi! Sword light hacked through the stars, cleaving towards Sure Hao. This starry domain was directly cut up by him, the power vast beyond compare. The entire starry sky turned into 2 halves, starry rivers all severed. This scene was too horrifying. His divine might was astonishing. Even Sure Hao revealed a serious expression, not facing this attack head-on. After all, this was an immortal Dao expert. This type of aura was extremely terrifying. Hong Long. When the starry skies split apart, there was suddenly a world-eradicating power. This place completely split apart. Many stars exploding, burning, the starry skies collapsing. At this moment, the entire world was shocked. 9 heavens, 10 earths. All of the creatures raised their heads, looking into the starry sky, all of them shocked. What was happening? The bright universe actually became like daytime. Divine flames surged, the celestial bodies in the heavens appearing, and then exploding to pieces, burning. This was too shocking. The creatures of all clans were all shocked. Was even this world going to get destroyed? Sure Hao suffered serious injuries. He coughed out blood, his body full of sword marks, countless bloody holes appearing. His entire body flew outwards. His pupils were incredibly sharp. The other party only made one slice at the crucial point, and then this starry sky collapsed. Then endless sword energy erupted, injuring him. He couldn't help but sigh. This was worthy of being an immortal Dao expert. Just a single slice and he was almost destroyed. He is still a ruined immortal in the end. Sure Hao stood there steadily, his entire body scarlet red. His war clothes were in tatters, blood even flowing from his 7 apertures. But he didn't feel any fear, releasing raging battle intent. In the skies, a powerful aura was withdrawing. In the distance, there was a creature whose entire body shone, immortal mist pervading the air. A broken sword was in his hand, currently pointing at Sure Hao from the distance. His eyes were cold and indifferent. The sword immortal behind Sword Valley and Phantom Drake Dao Gate? Your strike couldn't kill me, and now you are going to die yourself, Sure Hao said coldly. He fought intensely with 5 great supreme beings, not losing even a drop of blood, not even a wrinkle appearing on his snow-white battle clothes. Yet now, he was almost killed, suffering serious injuries. He was a bit angry. Even a mortal Dao insect like you dares to challenge a true immortal? That creature said coldly. Nothing more than a ruined immortal. You couldn't kill me with your first blade strike. How much power do you have left? Just accept death. Sure Hao roared out, diving over. Right now, a pair of massive wings appeared behind him. Golden light shone resplendently, carrying black patterns. A vicious bird covered heaven and earth, appearing behind him. In that instant, Sword Valley's creator, the sword immortal of a generation, trembled, his expression becoming extremely ugly. He saw an old acquaintance. This was the Kuan Peng. This made his mind surge with emotions greatly. Back then, their group of 4 true immortals attacked and heavily injured the dying Kuan Peng, in the end almost throwing their own lives away as well. The 4 of them were all crippled, becoming ruined immortals. He himself even more so had the immortal sword he was known by broken, only a badly damaged edge left. Just like he himself, there was no way to restore it. Ah! The ruined immortal roared out. When he saw Sure Hao display the Kuan Peng method, he roared out, emotions surging, brandishing the immortal sword again, slaughtering his way outwards. This was done deliberately by Sure Hao to provoke the other party. A world-shaking attack approached. Sure Hao avoided the attack, not facing it head-on, moving around it. The everlasting sword core in his hands neutralized the sword energy filling the skies. The ruined immortal quickly calmed down. He knew that the other party was trying to exhaust his power and then look for a chance to retaliate. It was because he was a ruined immortal it was hard for him to continue on. Phantom Drake Dao Gate, Sword Valley, and Fire Cloud Cavern all listened to your orders, suppressing the sinner's bloodline, right? All of this was because of you. Sure Hao's voice became more and more cold. Those inheritances joined hands to nurture 6-crown King Ningchuan. Sure Hao had previously fought an intense battle with him. Sinner's blood, the ancestors of the original Emperor City, had offended a creature they shouldn't have. It will be difficult for those bloodlines to have good endings, the Sword Immortal said with a cold and deep voice. At the same time, he raised the ruined sword again. Blazing multicolored light erupted, about to attack again, wishing to destroy Sure Hao as soon as possible. Sure Hao was greatly shaken. They offended someone they shouldn't have? His eyes immediately became ice cold, thinking about many things. Could it be that it involved a great figure in immortal domain? He knew that these ruined immortals came from immortal domain. The cause in the past, the effect of the future. No matter how high your status is, you will still have to face karma. Xianxia shouted. If there is a great showdown, then it will start with me in this realm. Xianxia continued. He didn't feel any fear, his heart carrying tremendous ambition. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death when the great showdown arrived. He was going to rise up. If that age really did come, then he would just fight it to the end. Hong! An intense great battle ensued. The ruined immortal breathed heavily. His chest rose and fell heavily, unable to endure this type of exhaustion. He was no longer in his peak condition, difficult for him to display his true power. He could only depend on his higher cultivation realm, wishing to personally end Xianxia, but right now he was actually obstructed. This youngster was too terrifying, clearly not an immortal, yet he could already face him. Even though he was blasted until blood flowed from the edge of his lips, he still held on. Xianxia, the ruined immortal became anxious, because if this continued for a long time, he would undoubtedly die, exhausted to death by this youngster, even killed before everyone. He didn't have much of his vital essence left. When he roared out like this, he took a deep breath. The distant stars shone, endlessly pure heaven and earth essence gathering in a white expanse towards his mouth and nose. Chong chong. He continuously sliced out twice, one pitch black, one snow white and resplendent. Both of them formed from great Tao symbols. The sword radiance was of all different colors. When the two intersected, there was undying brilliance released. The two swords didn't hack at Xianxia, it erupted in the starry skies. However, Xianxia felt more and more like things weren't good. He quickly backed up. Sure enough, when this Xianxia appeared, this place exploded. It was just too terrifying, being destroyed completely. Previously, this region's stars were already pretty much destroyed. But now, the effects reached even further, making even the distant starry domain darken. Great stars began to burn, the heavens falling. This was simply about to destroy this entire world. Fortunately, they were in outer space, far away from the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, many great sex cultivators could see what was happening through some strange formations that could observe outer space. Everyone's faces turned pale. This type of power was too terrifying. Dang! On Xianxia's body, sparks flew in all directions. He was continuously hacked, struck by the endless sword energy. No matter how fast his movements were, he still couldn't evade the sword energy. Right now, he wore the Lightning Emperor's armor, held the everlasting sword core in hand, continuously defending himself. Lightning Emperor's ruined battle armor? The sword immortal's pupils contracted. Unfortunately, the battle armor was already in a terrible state, not releasing the lightning and thunder of the 9 heavens in retaliation, only able to passively defend. At the same time, there were many holes on its surface, its defensive abilities not the greatest. Despite this being the case, the ruined immortal turned around to leave. It was because after releasing this strike, his strength was about to dry up. Back then, his foundation was injured, not healed even now. His blood energy was dried up, his vital energies used up. Where do you think you are going? Xianxia shouted. From the very start, he was extremely passive, his body injured, dripping blood. Now, it was finally his chance to retaliate. So how could he let the ruined immortal escape? Hong! Blood energy overflowed. Xianxia seemed to have become a matchless immortal king, his aura too strong. This left the ruined immortal alarmed, feeling like this person was about to ascend to immortality. By Xianxia's abdomen, the sea of reincarnation shone. Many of his body's gates opened, offering him endless fighting strength. The Tao palaces rumbled, as if there were people chanting scriptures, supporting his body, making him even stronger. His limbs extended, as if they could suppress the 4 extremes of heaven and earth, possessing unmatched power. Then, a dragon roar sounded. Xianxia's spine became resplendent, releasing light. A great dragon rose from his back, entering his skull. It was ascending the immortal platform there. Hong. Sure how's 5 great secret realms resonated, going all out, displaying methods completely unknown to this great era before. This was the path he forged himself, the path most suitable for himself. Ah! Sure how roared out, one hand on the sword, one hand forming a first imprint, slaughtering his way forward. Right now in his surroundings, true phoenixes, Kuanpeng, Lightning Emperor, Chaos Demonic Ape, and other irregular scenes appeared. 5 great secret realms resonated. The power sure how displayed wasn't restricted to his own power. There was also the power of unique projections. These weren't void images, even more as if he was truly summoning those immortal Tao creatures, the power too great. He didn't display those precious techniques, but their unique projections appeared on their own. Apart from this, there were other things that were completely unheard of before, unique projections that had never been seen before. For example, by his abdomen, which was also the sea of reincarnation, golden light surged, a great sea overflowing. Above his head, primal chaos surged, many mysterious stars appearing, as if the heavens were going to be opened. These were not the stars in the cosmos, but rather irregular scenes that appeared when he operated the Tao laws. Hong. Even more irregular scenes appeared, all of them possessing fighting strength, not void images. They resonated together, suppressing forward. Pooh! The ruined immortal coughed out blood. After he was covered by irregular scenes, he actually staggered backwards, becoming injured. This was, without a doubt, devastating to the ruined immortal. His body was damaged to begin with. How could he endure this type of blow, this type of consumption? Ruined immortal, hand over your life. Sure how roared out. In the surroundings, green Tao lotuses grew one after another, 10,000 of them in total. They took root in the void, swaying about, great Tao sounds shaking the world. These were irregular scenes. Nearby, figures were seated one after another. Some of them members of the Vicious 10, others immortal kings, all of them chanting scriptures, indistinct and intimidating. These were also irregular scenes. Under the sky dome, stars were boundless, condensed above his head, deriving heavenly mysteries. These were also still irregular scenes. All types of irregular scenes appeared. Sure how's path, his method, was becoming more and more mature. When it all activated now, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, killing gods and slaughtering demons. Pooh! The ruined immortal was continuously battered by irregular scenes. His body flew out, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood in the air. Hong Long. What was powerful weren't only the irregular scenes. Sure how's fist closed in, smashing down on the ruined immortal's body, sending him flying again. His body quickly cracked apart. His old injuries flared out, new wounds also added. In the past, the Kuanpeng spread its wings, smashing against his body, making him almost explode, body covered in great cracks. After all these years passed, he still couldn't completely recover. Hong. Another fist smashed out. The ruined immortal was sent flying, his body's old injuries flaring out, blood flowing out from his new wounds. He began to break apart. Pooh! The most terrifying thing was that the everlasting sword core moved through the air, piercing through his body, shattering much of the life force in his body. Ah! The ruined immortal roared, surging with anger, but just couldn't stop any of this. The injuries he suffered before were just too severe, his body breaking apart, now powerless to fight again. He couldn't run even if he wanted to. Pooh! Sure how drew the sword core, and then his sword edge spun around. He brandished the everlasting immortal sword at full force, cold light illuminating the 9 heavens. Then, with a pu sound, the ruined immortal's head was removed. A terrifying streak of blood rushed out, dyeing the starry skies red. No wonder you didn't have the style of an immortal Tao expert. Your immortal blood is already dim without light. What kind of true immortal even are you? Sure how said coldly. Indeed, the ruined immortal was suffering from huge problems. His immortal Tao essence blood had long been exhausted to preserve his life, weakened to the extreme. Ever since the battle with the Kuanpeng, He no longer dared reveal himself, because he didn't have much vitality to exhaust. Today was an exception because he wanted to cut Xianxia down. However, in the end, he threw his own life away as well. This was clearly a path of eradication. The sword Immortal couldn't accept this. The instant his head fell, he did everything he could to evade the killing intent. That skull shone, burning like a flame. His primordial spirit escaped, wishing to run. "Will you be able to leave?" Xianxia shouted. At this point, how could he let this ruined Immortal get away? He was going to cut down this future disaster now, completely eradicate it. In his surroundings, irregular scenes appeared continuously, for example, those blurry seated void figures. They all chanted scriptures, at the same time reaching out great hands, grabbing forward. Apart from this, there was primal chaos and stars above his head that swayed, scattering down endless starry splendor, locking down heaven and earth, sealing the ruined cosmos. The ruined Immortal was nervous. Could it be that he was going to die under this youngster's hands? He released a sigh. If this was the case, then it was too sad. He felt that this was a type of humiliation. The other party hadn't even achieved immortality yet. "I loathe this. I cannot display my greatest strength. This isn't the power of a true immortal. My death is too shameful." He released a low roar, his heart full of endless regrets. Chi! A divine rainbow cut across the starry sky. This was his primordial spirit, now forcefully breaking out. Then it merged with the ruined sword not far away. He was a sword immortal, powerful beyond compare in the past. Now he was fighting a desperate struggle, not wishing to die, wishing to drag Xianxia down with him. He knew that he couldn't escape, difficult for his primordial spirit to get away. So he immediately merged with the sword core, turning around to hack at Xianxia. The sword radiance was extremely terrifying, like a dying flash, carrying out a final resistance. Chi! Xianxia raised his hand, one finger red like blood, releasing scarlet multicolored light. It was just too sharp, even more astonishing than immortal sword radiance. "What is this?" The ruined Immortal screamed in alarm. Even though he merged with the immortal sword, he still sensed a type of danger, feeling that something wasn't quite right. Immortal killing guillotine. The crimson light it contained was unimaginable. Back then, when he was facing tribulation, Xianxia had obtained a trace of its essence, refining it into his finger. Now he released it without any restraint. Dang! A streak of crimson multicolored light flew out, hacking down on that ruined sword, making it cry out. Then it fell. At the same time, there was a primordial spirit that separated from it, incredibly dim. Its old injuries flared out, full of scars about to break into pieces. When the primordial spirit reached this state, it basically headed for destruction. "I am not willing to fall like this," the ruined Immortal screamed out again. He turned into a streak of light, throwing himself towards Xianxia. He was already only a primordial spirit. Along the way, he suffered the attacks of many irregular scenes, becoming more and more dim, his injuries countless, now about to explode. However, he still charged forward, throwing himself at Xianxia. Hong! Inside Xianxia's chest sat 3 waves of energy. These were immortal energy. Back then, they were revolving around his head, but now they respectively took form, a small figure seated within each of them. The 3 waves of energy surged. With a honglong sound, heaven and earth shook intensely. When it appeared above his head again, the left and center energies' little figures opened their eyes. "Kill!" The ruined Immortal roared out, diving over, wishing to destroy Xianxia's primordial spirit, also wishing to destroy this small figure. The little figure inside stood up, blocking there. Pong! After an intense clash, the sword Immortal's primordial spirit shattered, becoming even weaker. He was just too shocked, staring blankly while crying out, "How is that possible?" He was previously a ruined Immortal. Even if he was now crippled, his primordial spirit strength was still on an entirely different level. In a situation where he was going all out, trying to drag them both down, he was actually smashed aside. On that small figure was a chain that was now released. It turned into a powerful wave of immortal energy, winding about above Xianxia's head. This was origin energy. In reality, Sure How cultivated 4 strands of immortal energy back then. The first strand, which was also the origin energy, scattered, he couldn't hold on to it, but then later on he condensed it again. However, this was too heaven-defying, suffering the wrath of heaven. That strand of energy bound itself around the second little figure. Now, when it was smashed into by the ruined immortal, this second little figure broke free, the origin energy coming off. It suspended itself above Sure How, no longer sealing the second little figure. Right now, Sure How felt refreshed, his mind clear, feeling even more powerful. He had confidence that he was unmatched. The second figure represented the power of the present world. Right now, its shackles were undone, making his body and mind even more unified, even more terrifying. Hong! Sure enough, Sure How's flesh and spirit shook. The little figure seated on the great Tao flower formed from immortal energy above his head also resonated with him, releasing a fist, smashing outwards. Pong! The sword Immortal's primordial spirit exploded. It was going to shatter to begin with, but now, it couldn't hold on anymore, completely destroyed, scattering into a rain of light. The sword Immortal of a generation lost his life just like that. The sword Immortal was killed, dying under Sure How's hands. A fist smashed out, making the primordial spirit break, turn into a rain of light, scattering into the cosmos. The expert of a generation lost his life just like that. On the great earth, the various great inheritances were all paying close attention, using special methods to observe the outer space. They saw that heaven and earth lost sound. Everything became extremely calm. Everyone seemed to have fallen under a curse, not moving at all. All those who saw the scene in outer space were petrified. Just what kind of glorious battle achievement was this? It truly left every single expert's mind shaken, all of them stunned. They all felt horrified. Huang, an expert at the peak of mortal Tao, actually killed an immortal? Sword Valley's oldest ancestor died in this battle. This immortal Tao figure who lived from the last great era until now actually reached the end of his life here, dying under the hands of a young expert. This was an old monster. He came from immortal domain, his background extraordinary, previously survived even after fighting the Kuan Pong, yet he died here today. The 9 heavens, 10 earths, and the cultivators of all clans were shaken, and then all of them erupted into noise. This battle accomplishment shocked everyone. No one among the clans not shaken. Just how strong exactly was Huang? He really could kill an immortal, even if it was a ruined immortal, not at the peak, lacking his past brilliance, no longer having vigorous blood energy and fighting strength. Who in the mortal Tao domain could kill him? Huang did it. The entire world was shocked, the clans all excited, erupting into noise. In the 9 heavens region, Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others were all shaken, incredibly happy. Their previous worries were all gone, all of them cheering loudly. Stone Village's disciples cried out in excitement, laughing loudly, some of them even about to shed tears. They were incredibly excited. Sure How having this level of strength filled them with joy and excitement. The clans were all discussing among themselves, some people cheering happily, some people worried, some scared, some disappointed and frustrated. Different people had different emotions. Everyone knew that right now, under the heavens, Huang no longer had to fear anything. This type of fighting strength surpassed their imagination. He could actually cut down immortals. If he could achieve immortality, just how terrifying would that be? Even in this cultivationless age, who could say for sure that he can't break through? It was because after being shocked again and again, everyone discovered that Huang was always creating miracles. Back then, he was crippled by the ruined immortal. Yet after laying low for a few decades, he appeared again. This was enough to prove how extraordinary he was. Then, over the years, again and again, he proved that he was different from everyone else. Too terrifying, even an immortal died. Huang really is extraordinary. The domain he treads on is not something we can understand. Someone this powerful, someone who reached the absolute peak of extreme Tao, truly unmatched under the sky. What a pity it is that he didn't enter immortal domain, or else he would have most likely become even stronger. I believe that the reason he didn't enter immortal domain, purposely cultivating in this realm, was precisely to create another miracle. Sooner or later, one day, he would shock everyone in immortal domain. Everyone was discussing excitedly, many people's eyes becoming red-hot. Sure how sat in the starry skies, devouring sun and moon essence. The stars in the sky, even though they were extremely far away, all moved with his breathing. That scene was too terrifying. With his breathing, the essence of the sun and moon began to surge like a silver stream, gathering towards him. There were many that entered his mouth and nose, quite a bit flowing through his pores as well. Right now, he was wrapped within silver splendor, divine and perfect, like a cocoon that was waiting to be broken out of, carrying out a biological sublimation and transformation. After who knew how much time passed, Sure how opened his eyes. 2 streaks of cold lightning appeared in the universe. His injured body recovered, completely restored. Origin energy swirled about above his head. In the end, it was absorbed into his sea of reincarnation. Sure how moved his hand. A large amount of immortal blood converged in the ice-cold cosmos, flowing into a jade bottle in his hands. All of it was gathered. Even though this so-called immortal blood didn't really live up to expectations, dull and lightless, a large part of its essence consumed, this was still great mending medicine. He could gift it to Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others, extremely beneficial to the 800 disciples, on the premise that he first eliminated all of the killing intent and harmful substances. With another wave of his hand, that ruined immortal sword as well as Jin Taijun's broken sword both entered his hands. There were now 2 damaged immortal artifacts in his hands. Of course, these artifacts' damage was just too serious, impossible to compare to the past 10 realms diagram and heaven and earth pouch. Sure how descended here. Stone Village's 800 disciples immediately surrounded over, cheering, the atmosphere extremely lively. That day, Sure how first killed 5 great supreme beings, and then he killed a ruined immortal. This really was too horrifying, this type of astonishing fighting strength enough to shock all under the heavens. Big brother, I previously heard that there are 4 ruined immortals. Now, even though you killed one, there are still 3 more who haven't shown themselves. Zhu Lin was worried, quietly reminding. Mu Qing and the others' expressions became serious, at the same time a bit confused. Why didn't the 3 great experts appear then? If they worked together to get rid of Sure how, it really was something they didn't dare imagine. Sure how shook his head, telling them that they didn't have to worry. They were already ruined. The so-called immortals weren't sources of worry. Was it really all okay? Even the heavenly horned ant was skeptical. The reason why they don't dare appear before me is because they cannot kill me anymore, unable to do so even if they all appear. I can break out, I have more than enough time to stall. Meanwhile, if they show themselves even once, their life force will weaken considerably. After a long time, they will wither away and die. Sure how explained. He had certainty that even if the ruined immortals surrounded and attacked him, he could still continue living, that he would slaughter his way back in the end. It was because he already saw through the ruined immortals' bravado. They were all incredibly weak, able to deal with other supreme beings, but if they wanted to kill him, that was completely impossible. Through this battle, Sure how eliminated all of his troubles. Sure how entered the 9 Heavens region precisely to kill Jin Taijun and Wind Ancestor. But in the end, even though they attacked him together, they were all killed. Apart from this, those who escaped the net, like Underworld Earth's cultivators, also lost their lives. He didn't have to go out of his way to search for them. These individuals actually all gathered together to get rid of him, but it came to this type of ending. We pay our respects to the Supreme Being. When Sure how separated from Stone Village's soldiers, walked into the distance, along the way, the heads of various clans all personally appeared, incredibly respectful, seriously paying their respects. Where he passed, a great golden path extended out. Sure how walked extremely slowly, unknown just how many sects paid their respects to him. He didn't say anything. Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others, whether or not they would pursue the elimination of the remaining evil, that was up to them. He wasn't going to participate or make the decision. The 9 Heavens would not remain calm. Sure how released a light sigh, advancing alone. Even though there were quite a few people from different sects following him, there wasn't anyone who dared get close. Xianxia knew that now, it would be hard for him to encounter any opponents under the sky. However, he faced some type of lonely feeling. The various clans were all fearful, acting carefully and cautiously. Fortunately, there was the heavenly horned ant here. He quickly followed along, not treating him as an outsider at all. The 800 disciples still went to pursue the remaining survivors. The people who previously colluded with the creatures of darkness weren't let go, still tracked down and purged. The 9 heavens, mountains and rivers were still like before, but the people were different. Many people he was close to were no longer here, this world seemingly becoming considerably more quiet. Unknowingly, Xianxia reached Heavenly Deity Institution. Now, this place already didn't have any more disciples. When he thought of the past, Xianxia became absent-minded. Names appeared in his mind one after another. Lu Tuo, Princess Yao Yu, Shen Kuan, exiled Immortal, Wang Shi, all those top-level geniuses, how were they now? There were some who had already died for many years, some entered Immortal domain. Now that so many years have passed, things remain the same, but people have changed. Then, he went to Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy. Great Sutuo, Taoist Chigu, Lan Xian, Little Sky King, 9 Netherworlds AO. Some of them were killed in battle, some leaving this realm. The supreme beings of these 2 academies were long nowhere to be seen. Fortunately, they were still alive, but they entered Immortal domain. Difficult for them to meet again. Kill! Xianxia took action. He made his way into the region where the creatures of darkness resided, sweeping his way through this place, unleashing a great slaughter. It was precisely as they predicted. Huang began to take action against the creatures of darkness after all. In the 9 heavens, 10 earths, over half of the territory was corroded by darkness. Even though the darkness withdrew, there were still many powerful creatures here. I just knew that Huang wouldn't disappoint. He really took action. Some people became excited, tears about to flow out. For this generation to produce this kind of supreme being, it was a great blessing to the world. He dared brandish a butcher's blade at the powerful creatures of darkness. What Jin Taijun, what wind ancestor, what ruined immortal. They never stepped out, but Huang dares take action. The great settling is starting. Some people roared out. In the back, many great sects sent out men to follow behind, also slaughter their way in. Among them, Stone Village's 800 disciples naturally took the vanguard. They rushed at the very front, destroying everything before them. Xianxia was seeking out the darkness supreme beings, killing one when he saw one. With his powerful divine senses, it was hard for any of them to slip past. He continued to sweep his way through. Even though the darkness had already withdrawn for many years, he actually still cut down for supreme beings. If the darkness Great Pong and Heavenly Wolf he killed before were included, then that meant that there were originally 6 darkness supreme beings left in this great earth. Xianxia used 3 years to sweep through the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Even though the region was vast and boundless, he still swept through everything, from one border to the next. At the very least, he couldn't find any more darkness supreme beings. The various clans all energetically participated. With this type of powerful individual leading the way, they were willing to do everything they could to support him, slaughtering those darkness cultivators. However, the vast region was corroded by darkness, all creatures falling to darkness, some not much stronger than mortals. In those great regions, they were basically no different from ordinary people. In those creatures' memories, in their perception, Xianxia and the others were the devils. I can't do it. Xianxia could kill supreme beings, the 800 disciples could kill other experts, but it really was hard for them to take the lives of these weak darkness creatures. It was because when the darkness withdrew, these weak cultivators, if they were looked at from the outside, they were not much different from the creatures of the 9 heavens, 10 earths. Moreover, as time went on, they were no longer confused, developing intelligence, becoming like normal ordinary people. Only, the memories in their minds were hard to change, or else they could be viewed as ordinary people, not much different from the common people of the 9 heavens, 10 earths. The cultivators of the various clans hesitated as well, finding it hard to raise the butcher's knives. If they killed even them, Then in the end, blood would dye heaven and earth red. In the following decade, Hao studied immortal ancient methods, integrating present-world methods, and then perfected his own method, becoming stronger and stronger. He wanted to get rid of an issue, wishing to transform the creatures who were corroded by the darkness back into their true selves. He flipped through the immortal ancient scriptures. For example, the Jade Book he brought back from the struggle between 3,000 provinces geniuses in immortal ancient remains, studying the secrets of guardian spirits. Apart from this, he swept through the 9 heavens 10 earths, obtaining a few ancient method passages from Gene Family and Wind Clan as well. Together with the unrivaled power he displayed now, all clans were fearful, some great clans offering up quite a few of their ancient texts. Hao studied guardian spirits, discovering another cultivation power from immortal ancient system. Will force, acquired from life, able to support all life as well. Hao used up several decades of time to fully understand it, and then he researched it even deeper, creating some methods. He could gather the will force of the world to support himself, even protect an inheritance. Then, the 800 disciples began to move, not only training troops, fighting on all fronts, cutting down the creatures of darkness who escaped the net. They also began to display will force methods. Under the heavens, Stone Village's disciples led the men of all clans, bringing enlightenment to the creatures of darkness, delivering all living creatures from suffering. Tao sages roamed the world. These were the ones who focused on converting and enlightening the creatures of darkness. More and more sects joined in, trying to enlighten the creatures of darkness together, establishing divine halls, Taoist temples, and other things in the darkness regions. There were people assigned to those places, reading scriptures, using great divine methods, propagating teachings, declaring the truth, wishing for the creatures of darkness to wake up. This was effective, even though they couldn't immediately forcefully alter those creatures' thoughts. As it continued, what they knew was gradually toppled. Eventually, the great sects went to great lengths. After years and years of teachings, everything developed in a better direction. A part of the creatures of darkness began to believe. They were previously corroded, another side of historical truth revealed. During this process, some divine hall and Taoist temples rose up one after another. These clans discovered the benefits of gathering will force. It can make us become stronger. This old one's blood energy is dried up, my lifespan originally not having much left. But I could actually borrow this to live another period of time. It wasn't only the darkness regions where divine halls and Taoist temples were established. Even other regions began to realize this. Among them, what none of them could get around was Huang. It was continuously becoming more and more perfect. This will force great method and other things were all passed around from him. Hao didn't need this method. In his eyes, it was still an external power. The path he walked was his own great Tao path, body as the seed, not borrowing external goods. However, even though he didn't touch it himself, will force still poured over, forming an undying divine ring around his body. The reason why the various great inheritances couldn't get around Huang was because will power always involved the source. A large portion of the will force would always supply the source. This was quite strange. The one who established this actually had this type of tremendous advantage. Apart from this, Stone Village's soldiers personally sensed the benefits of will force. When they moved through the world, they established many divine halls and Taoist temples. In those palaces, there was only one figure consecrated. His appearance was quite similar to Hao, and his name was precisely Huang. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, and others weren't ordinary individuals. As they consulted history, they discovered that the guardian spirits of the last great era really weren't simple. After gathering the will force under the heavens, they obtained inconceivable divine might. They weren't willing to research the source, but they knew the benefits of doing this, which was why they didn't hesitate to establish the divine halls and Taoist temples at all, consecrating Hao's golden body statue inside. Moreover, they sought out various sects, instructing them that when they gathered will force, built giant palaces, they all had to place Hao's golden statue at the centermost position. Big brother, we should also set up our own inheritance. There are so many of them in the world, while our reputation has already shaken the world. "It is time for us to establish a sect," Mu Qing suggested. They were an extremely powerful force now, unstoppable, but being called stone villagers didn't seem quite right. Sure Hao didn't really care too much about this. His thoughts weren't on this matter. He only wished to become stronger, because he knew that all inheritances needed exceptional military force at the root. What he was going to face were the most powerful creatures. He didn't have any enemies left in the 9 heavens 10 earths. He was no longer concerned with this place. However, Sure Hao wasn't opposed to it either, letting Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, and the others handle this matter. It was because in order to foster this group of people, let them become strong, he shouldn't restrict them. If a truly effective organization was completed and matured, it was indeed acceptable. Why don't we just call it Imperial Court? After they discussed it among themselves, everyone made this decision. Sure Hao didn't say anything, tacitly accepting this. The heavenly horned ant immersed itself in bitter cultivation. Sure Hao was now alone, feeling more and more lonely. He could no longer see many people from the past. After a sigh, Sure Hao came out of his seclusion, roaming the higher realms alone. This was also a type of cultivation. He wanted to roam the world, experience some things in the mortal world, temporarily forgetting about cultivation. Several years later, when Sure Hao walked through the land of darkness, he discovered an extremely strong creature. He wanted to kill it, but in the end he was shocked. When they met again, it was actually this scene. That person didn't recognize him at all, because he fell into darkness. Mo Shang was a lower realms ocean clan heaven-warping genius, someone who fought a great battle against Sure Hao in the Kuan Peng nest, competing over natural luck. He ultimately entered the higher realms. After all these years, he didn't see him again. Sure Hao never expected him to have turned into a darkness creature. Sure Hao didn't deal the killing blow. Even though they stood against each other, they were still old acquaintances. He personally went out of his way, handing it to Mu Qing and the others. After 200 years passed, I cannot turn around. Many things from the past will not return, Sure Hao said quietly. Then he continued on his path. Several decades later, in a giant city, he unexpectedly discovered a pair of young ladies. They were quite beautiful, looked quite familiar, giving him a strange feeling. Those ladies also looked at him, their appearances actually exactly the same, twins. They revealed shock, excitement, regret, dejection, and complicated emotions. "You too recognize me? Now, many Taoist temples and divine halls have your golden figure. Even though it's blurry, it's still recognizable. You are Huang, also called Sure Hao, from the lower realm stone village, right?" The two ladies didn't only recognize him from the statue. Sure Hao thought for a bit, and then he couldn't help but laugh. After all these years, the various sects all had his portrait. Being recognized wasn't all that strange. However, why did these two's expressions seem that complicated? Sure Hao thought for a bit. Of the twins he met in his life, only the pair he met when he was young left the deepest impression. That was when he was still in Stone Village. They came from the great wasteland's Cloud Heaven Palace. At that time, the mountain treasure appeared, drawing all of the surrounding powers over, searching around Stone Village. Those little girls previously followed their grandfather, hitting it off with Sure Hao. They even talked about which types of beast milk were the most delicious. In the end, during the lower realm's great chaos, Cloud Heaven Palace's people borrowed an ancient formation to enter the higher realm, thus severing their connection. They never met again after that. "It's you too." Sure Hao's divine senses were sharp, able to instantly restore their younger selves through their bone structures and flesh. He discovered that it really was them with shock. This really was a small world. After so many years, they could actually meet again. "It really was you, the little child who drank beast milk." The two sisters laughed, recalling the events of the past. They really found it hard to believe that child from back then actually grew to this extent. However, they knew that there shouldn't be any mistake. After all these years, they always heard miraculous stories about Huang. Knowing his background, they began to speak about their experiences during these years. Sure Hao chatted with them for a long time, staying in the city for several days. He helped them with some questions regarding their cultivation, chatted about old things, both sides deeply moved. Will we be able to meet again? When they separated, the two sisters were a bit reluctant. If there is karma, we will meet again. Xianxia smiled, waving goodbye. He left the secular world step by step. He even felt that his actions these past few years were done under an almost instinctive urging, to settle things with this world's people and matters, to bid his farewell. Xianxia returned to the lower realms, challenging his own limits with the help of the restricted region lord. The darkness blood had long been nurtured. There was even a set of flesh that was identical to his own in this restricted region. Within it some ultra-evolution blood formed from the seed of darkness. Xianxia fought against himself here. He separated a portion of primordial spirit, entering that darkness body, gradually corroding himself. This was a type of life and death challenge. If he lost, then he would fall into darkness. For several decades, Xianxia roared, fighting endlessly. It was too dangerous. Even the lord of the restricted region didn't dare let him go all the way. He succeeded during the first phase, resisting the darkness corrosion. However, everything stopped. The restricted region lord destroyed the body and the ultra-evolution blood, not letting him get involved completely. Enough, even if it's death, it will have to be in the future battlefield. This type of testing is too dangerous, basically asking for death. We cannot continue with it, the restricted region lord said. Now, Xianxia had cultivated up to 300 years. In this world, it was hard to find conditions to temper himself. The ruined immortal didn't come out, going into hiding. There was nothing he could do either. Senior, I want to head to the damn world, Xianxia said. He felt like he could now set out, the various aspects had all matured. Fine, the restricted region lord nodded, agreeing. The restricted region lord agreed to bring him to the damn world. Xianxia felt both apprehension and desire towards that place. He wanted to go there, but was also a bit worried. If it wasn't because he didn't have a choice, he wouldn't be willing to go there. You want to bring others? The restricted region lord frowned. This was Xianxia's request, that he didn't want to head here alone, but even wished to bring his family with him, wishing to take some people from Stone Village with him, have them follow him and comprehend the Tao. That place was extraordinary, having too many secrets. If one could truly obtain some gains from this place, it would definitely help them for the rest of their life. However, it really was extremely dangerous. Xianxia previously went there. Forget about other things. Just the lightning abyss, there was enough to make people's eyes go red. There were lightning pools that appeared one after another. Back then, he had subdued one, bringing him tremendous benefits. Of course, the difference between life and death was only a single thought. After all, in this damn world, there were true immortal corpses. They were just too terrifying. A single mistake and they would die miserably there. You have to think things through clearly. That place isn't some holy land, but an extremely dangerous place. It isn't a place just anyone can obtain benefits from. If there are dangers, even your body and spirit will be destroyed. The restricted region lord warned. I won't head to the other side of the dam. I will be careful, Xianxia said. The restricted region lord didn't say anything extra, giving him time, letting him make preparations, clearly letting him choose who to bring with him. Muqing, Zhulin, Shizhong. All of you, come back. Xianxia summoned them to Stone Village, calling for them to quickly return. The 800 disciple soldiers' leaders had to temper themselves. He was going to let them comprehend the Tao there. Apart from this, the Crimson Dragon couldn't escape either. Xianxia then went to the higher realm to seek out the heavenly horned ant. Have him follow them as well. The most dangerous land was what was suitable for powerful individuals to temper their true selves. Bring Chao Yuxing over as well. Xianxia thought for a bit and then said this. Chao Yuxing didn't head into Immortal Domain, still in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Moreover, Xianxia knew that he was sleeping in a certain ancient land, precisely where he dug up that little dog. Originally, he didn't want to disturb him, but now, he felt that letting him sleep like this was too passive. Could it be that he really had to bury himself ahead of time? Not far out, the Crimson Dragon walked over while in human form, carrying a lightning pool in his hands. His head was currently lowered, revealing an expression of surprise. There were 3 creatures inside, looking extremely like true dragons. All of them were the length of chopsticks, swimming in the lightning radiance. Lightning spirits. They were born in lightning tribulation, devouring electricity, swallowing thunder radiance. These were inconceivable things, their appearance extremely similar to true dragons, vicious and powerful, not fearing heavenly punishment. These were also some creatures he was going to bring along. There was a lightning abyss near the dam world. By releasing the 3 lightning spirits inside, it was most suitable for their growth. After many years passed, even though the 3 lightning spirits' cultivation was always advancing, it wasn't as fast as they imagined. The main reason was because the environment wasn't that good. This thing was too precious. How many of them could appear in a single great era? This was originally something from the long-life Wang family. Back then, when he was in Desolate Borders Emperor City, this clan plotted against Xianxia when he was facing tribulation, releasing the lightning spirits. In the end, they were instead subdued by Xianxia. They really are similar to my clan, the Crimson Dragon said with a sigh. It was rumored that these creatures didn't belong to the mortal realm, that they had other origins, entering the world of mortals through heavenly punishment. It was rumored that this might touch upon the source of true dragons. Perhaps lightning spirits were related to true dragons. If the conditions allowed for it, they could turn into dragons. In Stone Village, a butterfly fluttered about. A golden divine butterfly fluttered over from the 9 dragons pulling coffin, flapping its divine wings, carrying a golden rain of light, extremely mysterious. This was the Emperor Butterfly. During these years, it sometimes woke up and sometimes it slept. Most of the time, it remained in Stone Village, not traveling around. The Emperor Butterfly obtained tremendous benefits, previously encountering the flesh carcass of an immortal Dao domain Emperor Butterfly from the last great era, obtaining its essence. The benefits were just too great. There weren't only inheritance imprints. There was also a gift of essence blood. How could it possibly digest all of it before? Only by sleeping and slowly extracting the essence would it be possible. That was why it slept for a period of time, then woke up for a period of time, continuously repeating this cycle. Now, the Emperor Butterfly was also called over by Xianxia. It had to follow him. Comparatively speaking, the Emperor Butterfly was still better. There was another fella that slept even more deeply, precisely the divine striking stone, not showing any activity after all this time. The main thing was that the stone materials it swallowed were too heaven-defying, for example Primal Chaos Stone, World Stone, All Method Stone, and other things. They were all immortal materials, hard for even true immortals to obtain. In the past, Xianxia wasn't stingy, letting it eat all of those greatest stone materials. It was time. This group gathered, following Xianxia, preparing to head to where the restricted region lord was. Chao Yuxing looked like he didn't completely wake up yet, his expression blurry, a bit in disbelief over the transformations that took place in the last 2 centuries. When he was brought out from the place of burial, he was simply stunned. You swept through the world. After killing 5 great supreme beings, you even killed a ruined immortal? After all this time passed, he still asked from time to time, finding this hard to believe. Fatty, stop sleeping already. If you keep sleeping, you really are going to miss out on the final brilliance of this great era, the heavenly horned ant said. Exactly. Even if we know we are going to fall in battle, it's better than dying while unconscious in your sleep. The Crimson Dragon, Mu Qing, and the others all nodded their heads. In the restricted region, broken walls were everywhere, the scene desolate and lonely. This region was too quiet. Xianxia, heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing, and the others stood here without moving, quietly waiting to set out. The restricted region lord didn't say anything else, only releasing a light sigh. Within this massive restricted region, the great earth began to crack apart, rumbling with noise. A large amount of earth and stone began to break apart. Then, formation patterns appeared one after another, interweaving like chains in the darkness, blazing and resplendent. This was an ancient formation, resting right underneath the restricted region. If you are going within 100 years, there is no way to return. This is something you all need to think through clearly, the restricted region lord said in a calm and indifferent manner, carrying out the final warning. Shuhao's mind jumped. He needed to struggle there for a century. If they couldn't hold on, they could only die there. No one left. There was already no looking back a long time ago. They all felt a sense of urgency, wishing to rise up, comprehend a great Tao path that belonged to themselves there. The reason why Shuhao had them take risks, bringing them along, was because he already saw that this world was drying up, entering a cultivationless age. Many people really reached the end of their path, losing the chance to achieve the Tao. He wanted to bring them there to change locations, search for a chance to achieve the Tao. Honglong. On the ground, formation patterns interweaved like molten iron, becoming more and more intense. In the end, a loud noise was released, forming a giant formation, appearing in the void, wrapping around everyone. Chi. While accompanied by immortal mist and primal chaos light, the void was ripped apart, pierced through. The heavenly horned ant, Mu Qing and others were all horrified. This formation's power was too great. Was this going to pierce through the great world? They sensed an unprecedented power. Time began to displace, space altering, the long river of time appearing in the air. Ruined worlds rose and fell one after another, rising and falling like an ocean. Was this real? They wondered if they were experiencing an illusion. The restricted region lord sighed, turning into a half-snow-white skull, landing on the ground. He had too many regrets, feeling melancholy. Back then, he set out precisely from that place, his body dying and his Tao disappearing in the end. Only an unfading will remaining. There were too many things that were related to that damn world in the past. Honglong. The bodies of Shuhao and the others all shook intensely. In the fragments of time, as the ruined universe changed, they rose into the sky, leaving the restricted region. Soon afterwards, they entered a mysterious ancient earth. Dong. The world collapsed, immortals crying and devils weeping, sun and moon rising and falling. Heaven and earth were being opened for the first time. During this process, they experienced just too many terrifying scenes. They reached their destination. This place was gloomy, also quite terrifying. They all smashed into the ground, breaking the silence, making the earth shake intensely. We arrived. It is precisely this place, Shuhao said. He was sure that back then, he had come here with Sanzang and Shenming. It was too quiet, lacking even a bit of sound. It was extremely dark, as if they arrived in the limits of the universe, saw the desolate, ruined eternal truth. In that instant, everyone's fine hairs stood on end. For some reason, they instinctively sensed danger, realizing that they would die here if they were even a bit careless. Up ahead, there was a dam, extremely large and vast, resting there, blocking their line of sight. True immortal? They had just arrived here. Apart from Shuhao, everyone else was shocked. They saw a blurry figure hanging from the dam, the aura it released making their bodies feel like exploding. True immortal corpse, it hung on the mysterious dam just like that, as if it crawled out from that other side. And when Shuhao focused his gaze, his body went cold. He was even more shocked than them because many years ago, when he came with Sanzang and Shenming, this corpse wasn't there. They discovered some skeletal remains back then, immortal blood flowing, undying aura pervading the air. But they were scattered in other places. This one wasn't here before. There was one that crawled out from the other side in the past 200 years? Shuhao's brows furrowed deeply, feeling the severity of this matter. All of you, back up. Don't go over there, Shuhao said, his voice extremely serious. He was extremely worried. Was a living creature going to appear here? It wasn't entirely impossible for undying existences to crawl over to this side of the dam. On that side, is it an immortal realm or is it the other side? Don't tell me that it leads to an incredibly powerful and mysterious world. The Crimson Dragon said quietly, inwardly fearful. They had just arrived here, yet they already saw true immortal remains. That corpse was in terrible condition, scars everywhere, all types of injuries covering its body, like claw marks, fist holes, and others. Apart from this, there were scorched black marks from being struck by lightning, as well as a wave of inauspicious aura. Just what exactly did he experience? Why do I feel like he has only been dead for a few decades? Not like a corpse from tens of thousands of years ago, the heavenly horned ant asked in doubt. Sure How nodded. This was precisely the reason why he became cautious and careful, having everyone back up. Everyone became incredibly serious, backing up while sizing up the surroundings. The dam was too shocking, like a steel stream, towering in front of them, extremely imposing. In this region, there were many giant star remains scattered about. Sure How moved alone, continuing forward, carefully sizing up the surrounding scenery, looking for abnormalities. Fortunately, in the end, they still didn't see any living things. He felt great Tao force here, as well as all types of terrifying laws that exceeded the 9 heavens 10 earths. There were some laws that were too astonishing, things he had never seen before. In this place, there were layers after layers of mysterious ripples. Normal people couldn't sense it at all, only someone at Sure How's cultivation realm could sense it. It was formless, yet in his eyes, they were like streaks of light, currently spreading from behind the dam, turning into ripples. Countless Tao laws, endless great Tao, it is a frightening place after all. This is the best place for comprehending the Tao, tempering the self, Sure How said. However, he knew that those ripples and that light weren't suitable for others. They couldn't see it because their cultivation levels were too low. Where is the formation from before? Sure How looked around. In the past, the reason he was able to leave with Sanzang and Shenming was because they discovered a simple and crude, graffiti-like pattern. It's still here, but we can't leave through this. It has become more and more blurry, and we can't head to its final destination anymore. By the dam, waves of gray mist surged, this place becoming more and more profound and unfathomable. Sure How sensed a dangerous aura from this place. Big bro, just what is there behind the dam? Can we go and take a look? Zhu Lin asked. The others also longed for this, filled with expectation. Sure How shook his head, telling them clearly that forget about them. Even if it was him, there was no way of heading to the other side of the dam. Of course, he was definitely going to look around because he was now much stronger than before. However, he couldn't bring them with him. Let's go. I'll send you to a place to cultivate and temper yourselves. The path will begin from where your feet can touch the ground, Sure How said. He pointed behind him. There was a sandy land, having them turn around and walk towards that region. It was a desert, extremely quiet. After all these years passed, there was still only a faint line of footprints, extremely light, engraved in the fine sand. There was nothing else. A line of footprints, a vague path. It was extremely shallow, a bit difficult to see clearly. However, they were sure that it was left behind by a humanoid creature. Hong! When the heavenly horned ant stepped out, landing on the sand, blood energy surged, lightning erupting, blasting over. Dong! The heavenly horned ant was shaken up, its entire body scorched black, staggering backwards. This was extremely terrifying. This place had a mysterious power. At the same time, bloody mist surged, a mysterious aura erupting. Bring this willow branch with you, Sure How said. A sparkling and translucent willow branch appeared in his hands. This was precisely something obtained from this region, left behind by Willow deity. Back then, he also used this branch to protect himself. This is a tempering path. Yet we still need a divine branch to protect us? Those people were shocked. This path is one ordinary people can't take to begin with. Only true immortals and undying beings can cross it. Meanwhile, countless years ago, who knew how many great eras ago, there was only one person who could leave behind his footsteps. Sure How said, pointing at the shallow line of footprints. Sure How produced Willow deity's branch, personally sending them on their way, heading towards the lightning abyss. Sure enough, along the way they were shocked. They couldn't leave behind any footprints. No matter what they did, nothing was effective. Don't try anymore, from past until now, It is unknown just how many unrivaled creatures came here, like the restricted region's kings and immortal kings, but none of them could leave behind their footprints, Xianxia said. This left everyone shocked. They were all deeply shaken. Do you see this line of faint footsteps? From the past until now, everyone has followed these steps, arriving through this trail. The reason why he discovered this dam, knowing that there were true immortals and undying beings who died here, was all because he followed these traces. Heavenly Horned Ant, Chao Yuxing, Shi Zhong and the others were all shocked, truly stunned. Back then, I started precisely from the lightning abyss, so you all should also start from there, Xianxia said. It was dangerous along the way, an inauspicious aura pervading the air. There was bloody mist surging, drawing over the attacks of lightning radiance. However, they got through this more scared than hurt, arriving before the lightning abyss. Hold on to this branch. Don't get too far away from it. At the crucial time, it can protect all of you, Xianxia warned. When they approached the lightning abyss, they were all shocked. This was an ocean abyss formed from lightning. Lightning pools rose and fell in that place. There were lightning pools that were even more so accompanied by immortal energy, immortal radiance swirling about. It was too shocking. Xianxia didn't leave, instead sitting down, watching over them for a period of time, first to prevent anything unexpected from happening. For 3 whole years, he didn't leave. During this time, he also immersed himself deeper within, facing tribulation, baptizing himself here. Of course, whenever he entered, the others would keep some distance, or else they would definitely become caught up in this, and at that time it would be difficult to survive. Everyone was shocked. There were all types of great Tao natural laws in the lightning, as if they were the source of heavenly tribulation, stored within mysterious laws and Tao. Xianxia watched carefully, protecting them here. The lightning spirits woke up. They were like fish that returned to the water, like dragons that returned to the great sea. This place was just too suitable for them. The 3 lightning spirits screamed out, throwing themselves in, greedily taking in lightning radiance. They continuously evolved during these 3 years. The 4th year, Xianxia left, heading for the dam world alone. Because he didn't have Willow Deity's branch with him, this journey was extremely dangerous, losing quite a bit of blood along the way, his flesh about to break apart, suffering greatly. Xianxia was shaken up inside. This path was meant for true immortals and undying beings after all. He was so powerful, yet he still suffered serious injuries. However, he still held on, returning to the dam's vicinity. Moreover, along the way he continuously adjusted his body. By the time he reached the dam, his injuries were already completely recovered from. I want to see just what exactly there is on the other side of the dam. Xianxia climbed onto the dam, standing on it, surveying the scene beyond. The mist was endless, stretching further than the eye could see, completely blocking everything. Apart from this, there were some ripples. Only at his cultivation realm could light be seen, spreading over, disturbing him. These were great Tao ripples, Tao light. Normal creatures couldn't see it. It naturally came out from the other side of the dam. I want to see clearly with supreme being heavenly eyes, see through all illusions. Xianxia released a low roar. He sat on the dam, doing everything he could, using all of his cultivation. His eyes immediately became dim, releasing immortal mist. Then, blazing immortal Tao light swirled about. This was the limit of the power he could use. It actually carried an immortal Tao feeling. It worked. What Xianxia saw left him shaken. Waves rose and fell. A divine sea stretched endlessly. Behind the dam was a sea, an inconceivable sea. Within the rising and falling of the waves, there were ruined ancient realms rising and falling one after another, faintly discernible in the waves. There were some that were wiped out, some that were dried up, some that became froths and shadows. How is this possible? Xianxia felt that this was unbelievable. The sea was boundless. Right now it was calm and peaceful, only a few waves moving. However, each time, there would be many ruined ancient realms vanishing. These waves, these splashes, were they caused by them? There were worlds within. Hong! Suddenly, a great wave rushed into the heavens. Xianxia saw an extremely massive world appear in the waves, hiding in the sky reaching giant wave. Is this a realm sea? He was indescribably shocked. Right now he sensed different ancient realms, different auras. They crossed the great river of time, rushing over. Those different waves, the different ruined ancient worlds all carried different auras, different great Tao playing out. Save me! Not far out, in the waves, there was a creature covered in blood, extremely weak, struggling in the sea, wishing to approach this place. She had immortal energy on her, as well as undying force. However, after a wave crashed down, she felt despair. Blood spilled out from her mouth and nose, and then she sank into the sea, disappearing without a trace. She was already close to the dam, but still didn't reach it. Xianxia's soul shook. This place was too mysterious and also too terrifying. He actually saw a living creature. Was it a creature from that great era? In the following decade, Xianxia didn't move at all, quietly watching the surroundings. During this period, there were many times where blood came out of his eyes, so he had to stop. However, after each time, he would be able to last longer, see further. After 10 years passed, he could see even further. There is an island in the sea. He saw that in the sea, within the depths, there was an island laying there. There was a creature on it, actually burning his true self to scatter the terrifying mist. He saw that further out, there was a creature crossing the sea, his entire body covered in injuries, exhausted and dying. Of course, he saw extremely powerful creatures that actually didn't suffer any damage as well. He saw a man who held a lantern in hand, advancing in the dusky mist-covered sea, walking extremely slowly, wishing to return. Apart from this, on some islands he also saw creatures that weren't moving. They were all standing tall, not moving at all. Black, ancient boats? Apart from all of this, Xianxia even saw an ancient ship. It was pitch black like ink. Someone was relying on it to cross the sea. The black ancient ship was extremely large, rising and falling in the sea. Sometimes it would be sent high into the air by sky-reaching waves, but it just refused to be destroyed. One had to understand that this was the realm sea, not even true immortals able to smoothly cross it. Xianxia already saw undying existences dying in the sea with his own eyes, unable to cross. Every single wave seemed to contain a ruined ancient world. That black ancient ship could move through the sea, undamaged. It really was extraordinary. Of course, the most important thing was that it was extremely familiar. The malevolent giant ship gave everyone a feeling of pressure, the black color terrifying. He immediately realized why he felt this way. It was too similar to the blood-soaked black ancient ship in the void. It's similar to that ship. Could they be from the same place? Xianxia was suspicious. When one moved through the void, the most terrifying thing was seeing that blood-dyed black ancient ship, primal chaos palace, and other things. There was more than one of these ancient ships. Xianxia was stunned, greatly shaken up. That ship was special. There should only be a single blood-dyed black ancient ship that moves aimlessly through the void. However, there was another one that was similar in this realm sea. There really is more than one. Xianxia cried out in shock. It was because his supreme heavenly eyes saw another ship that was damaged, drifting even further out. That ship was extremely large, looking like a star. Unfortunately, it was destroyed. One could vaguely see that there were corpses hanging from that ship, the remains of the most powerful beings. Why was it like this? Xianxia frowned. Soon afterwards, he recalled some things. There are creatures coming out alive from the sea. Xianxia realized that apart from the restricted region lord, there were other creatures who came out alive. The blood-dyed black ancient ship was most likely the carriage. What creatures came out during that age? There was no way for him to find out. As the waves rose and fell, as the years passed, Xianxia personally saw some creatures die in this sea. When he carefully counted them up, the number of living creatures wasn't high. It was hard to cross the sea. Most of them were corpses. They were of all different species, some humanoid, some he had never heard of or seen before. For example, he saw a creature that had the head of a golden lion, incredibly majestic, as if it was a great ruler, but it had a long dragon body as well as spider-like long legs. And, half a year later, Xianxia made a new discovery, seeing a great tomb floating in the sea, faintly discernible. Why was this the case? Xianxia really was stunned. That ancient tomb looked familiar. It rose and fell in the sea, closing in, drifting towards this side of the ocean. A great tomb was being used to cross the ocean, cross this realm sea, to reach this shore. It was clear that the speed of the great tomb was definitely not below the other creatures. It might even reach the shore first. It looks too similar to the 3000 Dao province's Fiend Island's Immortal tomb. Xianxia was stunned. He carefully examined it, making sure that he wasn't seeing incorrectly. Apart from this tomb not carrying his grandfather and Amon, the other parts were exactly the same. One had to understand that he went to that place more than once. The impression this immortal tomb left him with was too deep, firmly engraved in the depths of his memories. Yet now it actually appeared in the realm sea. Could it be that this immortal tomb represents a certain creature, or a clan, their emblem? Xianxia frowned. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like this was a possibility. Then, he looked into the sea, seeing a massive humanoid being standing on an island, not moving at all. What did this represent? He turned around, looking towards another area of the sea. There was an unrivaled, powerful creature who held a blood-colored lantern, moving through the sea. Did this symbolize another powerful being? After more than a decade of observation, Xianxia also received the tempering of Realm Sea's power. It was because in the sea there were ripples that came out. Normal people couldn't tell, it was completely formless, but at Xianxia's cultivation level he could sense it. It was as if divine light swept out. Even though he was sitting, not making any other movements, only looking towards the sea, he had always been resisting these ripples, enduring tremendous pressure. Being able to sit here for a long time was a type of tempering in itself. As Xianxia watched this realm sea, his mind was truly attacked. Could it be that some members of the Great Showdown were arriving through the sea? Right, he suddenly realized. This was the realm sea, the name itself containing true meanings. This should be the case. Great era after great era, they didn't belong to the same time. The unrivaled creatures who overlooked the long river of time were all going to appear. There was going to be a battle sooner or later. Only who could cross this sea and arrive at this shore first? Moreover, back then, why did they enter the sea, rush in like ducks? Doing so would clearly most likely result in death. What did they obtain in return by doing this? From the past until now, there were immortal Dao experts who wanted to head into the sea, and now, there were creatures who wanted to cross the sea and come back. Xianxia sat there just like that, not moving, observing the great sea, staring at the waves. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. During this period, he personally saw some of these creatures, who weren't that many to begin with, destroyed in the sea. He saw undying experts die, falling into the sea. They were no different from ordinary mortals, unable to fly. Xianxia noticed that the immortal tomb didn't sink, still getting closer. He really was shocked. Just how vast was this realm sea? So many years passed, yet the creatures who survived were still too far away from shore. There are some separated by the distance of many ruined ancient realms, while some are likely separated by one or two great eras, Xianxia said quietly. The great sea was endlessly, surging crazily, but everything was stopped by this dam. That sea couldn't cross over at all. After 30 years passed, Xianxia advanced further, starting to absorb this sea's mist, using it to wrap it around himself, carry out a baptism, using this type of method to cultivate the Tao. This result was effective after all, but it was also rather cruel. Xianxia knew why even when undying beings and true immortals moved through the sea, they still might die at any time. What he experienced was merely the mist, yet he still almost died several times. It dissolved tangible matter, corroded the primordial spirit, made one's body and spirit melt into the Tao laws of heaven and earth. This realm sea was too extraordinary. It broke down one's body and spirit, turning them into natural laws, spiritual essence, and other things, making them die without a proper corpse to bury. Xianxia released a sigh. There were several times where his body was almost destroyed, but he still made it through in the end. He sensed how terrifying this realm C was. It really was a good place for forging an unmatched body. This was, of course, on the premise that one could live, that this didn't become one's own burial ground. Xianxia got up. 30 years had passed. He wanted to see how Muqing, Heavenly Horned Ant, and the others were doing. During these 30 years, his own gains weren't small. At the very least, his flesh became as tough as immortal gold, his primordial spirit becoming sparkling, as if undying. This was the result of the baptism. His Tao skills didn't change, he still couldn't break through into immortality. This left Xianxia regretful. He released a light sigh. However, soon afterwards, he no longer felt depressed. Just how old was he? How much time had he cultivated for? His cultivation time was still too short in the end. In the 9 heavens 10 Araths, there had never been a supreme being under 500 years old, so there was even less of a chance of a true immortal being under this age. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled in the lightning abyss. Dragons cried and tigers howled. This place was extraordinary. Xianxia stood still. He couldn't help but feel shocked. In the sea of thunder, there were several true dragons moving about, fighting viciously. He was stunned. It was actually the 3 lightning spirits facing the crimson dragon. This left him extremely shocked. The lightning spirit's evolution was actually this fierce, now having dragon appearances, looking strong and thick. No, they only look that large. These aren't their true bodies. Xianxia said to himself. If the lightning spirits really were that large, just how terrifying would they become? These things, normally speaking, with just the length of an arm, they were already exceptionally strong. Sure enough, after 3 light so-so noises, as Xianxia approached, the 3 lightning spirits revealed their original bodies. They were all a foot or so in length, entire bodies flickering with cold light, appearing before Xianxia. It seems like you 3 really did obtain quite the benefits, Xianxia said with a sigh. It was merely 3 decades, yet the lightning spirits grew so much. This was a place of great natural luck after all. If we really were to fight to the death, a single arm of mine could crush them all to death, the Crimson Dragon said. Your cultivation realm is higher than theirs, of course you can do it. Xianxia tapped his forehead. In the future, they can still become stronger. 2 years ago, the 3 lightning spirits ate a lightning pool. Muqing said. He was a bit jealous. Who could obtain the most benefits here? It was obviously the lightning spirits. That lightning pool was picked up nearby, unknown what era it was left behind from. It wasn't one of the ones floating in the lightning. There was even lightning tribulation liquid at the very bottom of the lightning abyss. They devoured lightning, even dared to eat lightning pools. After having a taste of this, they previously attacked other lightning pools. Some lightning pools were extremely astonishing, carrying immortal energy, and then turned into immortal light, scattering down. They were too rash, causing a huge disaster. That time, everyone captured a lightning pool. It actually released immortal energy, almost wiping them all out here. Not far out, a butterfly fluttered its wings. With a move of its golden wings, lightning surged boundlessly, the scene horrifying. This butterfly's strength was also astonishing now. Even though it looked beautiful and gentle, when it really did move its wings, it tore through everything in its way. After experiencing the lightning abyss baptism, it became increasingly terrifying. On the other side, the heavenly horned ant sat down. It ingested some lightning tribulation liquid, bathed in the sea of lightning, not moving at all. It was currently comprehending the Tao, allowing the lightning to hack its body. Many streaks of electricity entered its body, but it was absorbed just like the lightning tribulation liquid. What kind of situation was this? Xianxia was stunned. He is just like me, using this chance to make up for his inherent weaknesses, the Crimson Dragon said. The descendants of the Vicious 10, like the heavenly horned ant, Crimson Dragon, and others nearly went extinct, their offspring almost dying while still fetuses. It was because they were harmed when they were still in their eggs. Could be said that they were still rather lucky. Their parents used tremendous magical force to replenish their essence, allowing them to live, smoothly emerge in the world. Even though they seemed to be fine, in reality they were still innately deficient. This sea of lightning was rather special, possessing violent destructive energy. But what was within it was also the most basic life energy, able to heal their natural wounds. On the other side, Chao Yuxing was sometimes stupid, in a daze, sometimes crazy and deranged. He sat next to the lightning abyss, in his hands a broken lightning pool fragment. That was the bottom of the lightning pool, right now being studied in his hands. The expression in his eyes was sometimes crazy, sometimes sluggish, his mood rising and falling intensely. This lightning pool naturally contains formations. If I really want to completely understand it, then I'll most likely have to understand the mysteries of life and death, the obscureness of long life. He screamed strangely. Shihao was shocked. That was a fragment left behind after the lightning spirits had their meal. He went over to take a look at it, discovering that there really were great Tao patterns, natural formation patterns. Gather and absorb life energy, while amidst destruction, in lightning tribulation, refine the profound mysteries of life and death. Gather essence, produce lightning tribulation liquid. Chao Yuxing muttered. Shihao entered the lightning abyss, putting this directly into practice. In the end, he endured the hacking of the lightning, bathed in endless lightning radiance, seizing a lightning pool. This was another experience of cultivation. Even though it was bitter and painful, the benefits were too great. He was forging the body. In the end, Shihao drank some lightning tribulation liquid, and then gifted the rest of it to the 3 lightning spirits. He then once again left this place to cultivate alone. The 3 lightning spirits were all happy and cheerful as they swam through the lightning. They entered the lightning pool Shihao gave them. They didn't really eat lightning pools either, but rather absorbed the mysterious substance accumulated in the lightning pool. The lightning pool's greatest essence. Wait until we are a bit stronger. Then we'll try to seize some lightning pools ourselves. There are so many lightning pools rising and falling. It's an ultimate sacred land for us. The lightning spirits communicated with each other. However, they didn't dare act rashly either, not approaching those lightning pools yet because it was too dangerous and terrifying. It might end up killing them. Mu Qing, Zhu Lin, Shi Zhong, Heavenly Horned Ant, and the others were all cultivating, seizing their own natural luck in the lightning abyss. They discovered that there were great mysteries here. There were scripture symbols within the lightning. These symbols weren't from a true ancient scripture, but rather the embodiment of heaven and earth's great profound mysteries. There is no lightning tribulation left in this world, but in other great eras, there would always be lightning tribulation when they broke through. Now, this place really is strange. Could it be that the tribulations of the creatures of the past, their comprehension of the Tao and the achievements they obtained are all engraved in this lightning radiance, left behind? They were gaining insights, unearthing secrets in the lightning abyss. Shihao returned to the dam, using the realm sea's mist to cleanse his true body, using this to temper himself. Another 20 years passed like that. It has already been several decades since he came to this place. According to what the restricted region lord said, only after remaining here for a century could they return. Shihao began to walk along the dam. He began to try his hand at the immortal Tao corpses, picking an ancient beast, unknown what era it came from, trying to refine it. If others came, forget about doing anything, they couldn't even get close, for example, the Crimson Dragon, Zhu Lin, and others. Even though their strength was extremely great, there was no way they could even get close. It was because when the true immortal's negative aura spread, their explosive side completely erupting, if they forcefully approached, their bodies would explode. At first, Shihao was still incredibly careful. This type of creature was too strong, even making him shiver inwardly, scared that there would be some type of unforeseen event. However, as he dragged this ancient beast down from the dam, then carefully refined its true blood, he unexpectedly discovered that this undying creature was strong in appearance, but actually weak in reality. What a pity! The immortal blood essence has completely flowed out. There are issues with the flesh, bone matter, and all of the other parts. Shihao sighed. These remains looked terrifying, but the insides had all decayed. Compared to when they were at their peak, there was nothing to worry about. This was because of the realm sea's corrosion. However, he still refined a bit of undying matter from this ancient beast's body. This could be considered the most precious medicine. All things had spirit, everything could be turned into medicine. Great flesh medicines were naturally extraordinary. It was rumored that if all of a true immortal's essence blood was extracted, they wouldn't be any inferior to long-life undying medicines. What a pity! Xianxia shook his head. Suddenly, a beast roar sounded, making the seawater below the dam surge intensely. That ancient beast corpse actually shook. Then, a void figure rushed out, attacking Xianxia. This is... He was shocked, defending against this enemy. An unfading soul imprint? Xianxia sensed what it was. He didn't feel fear, instead becoming excited. He faced this opponent, fighting intensely with this ancient beast void figure. This wasn't a true immortal Tao creature, but it contained a portion of its great Tao when it was still alive. These imprints weren't extinguished, still terrifying beyond compare. For Xianxia, this was too precious. He fought with these immortal Tao creatures' ruined imprints, able to examine their great Tao. Fighting against it was a rare experience. After the battle, the imprints finally turned into nothingness, fading away. There was no way for it to continue existing for a long time. This was only something that was left over. In the end, it was still going to scatter away. Xianxia closed his eyes. He sat in front of the giant beast corpse, starting to cultivate just like that, not moving at all. Only several years later did Xianxia open his eyes again. He moved along the dam, heading towards the next creature. His cultivation period was too short, unable to achieve immortality, unable to break through this great cultivation realm. However, he had a feeling that if he continued with this process, it would be the most precious type of accumulation. Right now, the suitable conditions were right before him. He was only 300 or so years of age, still too far off from the age people achieved immortality in history. However, this type of quiet accumulation would one day show its results. Once he achieved immortality, he might become entirely different, as fierce as a roaring mountain flood. He collected a jar of liquid, inside of it immortal blood and undying matter. Xianxia put it away, and then triggered the remaining battle imprints in this body. Hong! Another great battle erupted. Just like that, Xianxia began this type of cultivation method, gathering great flesh medicine. Then, he would fight, comprehend the Tao after this start all over again. This process repeating in a cycle. Several decades passed. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 100 years since they came here. Now, Xianxia was already close to 400 years of age, but he still didn't obtain an immortal ascension chance. There was only a type of great Tao accumulation, gathering intangibly. Xianxia found Mu Qing and the others, having them gather together, waiting for their return. Without a doubt, the three lightning spirits' harvests were the greatest, their strength advancing tremendously. The heavenly horned ant and crimson dragon also obtained tremendous opportunities, actually replenishing what they innately lacked. On the bones in the crimson dragon's body, there were dragon patterns that gradually appeared. He became overjoyed at this unexpected good news. Could it be that his clan's inheritance was going to appear? After all these years, it always cultivated the true phoenix lineage's precious technique, something Xianxia passed on to him. Because his body was innately deficient, the true dragon's highest profound mysteries never took form in his body. What about you all? Were you able to find any opportunities? Xianxia looked towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing shook his head. He had long reached the peak of self-release realm, but he still couldn't seize that breakthrough glimmer, unable to go higher. It wasn't just him, the heavenly horned ant, crimson dragon, and others, which one of them wasn't like this. From their birth until now, they cultivated several hundred years. Even though they long reached the self-release realm, they still had no way of becoming supreme beings. They all had bitter smiles on their faces. 500 years, this was a taboo dividing line after all, difficult to break through. This place is blessed by heaven, yet we still can't find a way out. No way of becoming supreme beings. It seems like it really is a long and difficult path. The heavenly horned ant felt regrets. However, soon afterwards, he let his worries go. Back then, in the last great era, the various true immortals of the 9 heavens 10 earths, which one of them became a supreme being in under 500 years. Huang, in the end, there was only one. If this trip isn't enough, we'll come for another 100 years next time. I'll bring you all to the dam. Help you by watching over all of you. Shihao said. Everyone was speechless. The reason they didn't become supreme beings wasn't mainly because of this. The main reason was because the 500-year curse that has always existed was hard to get rid of. The 100 years arrived. The void split open, formation patterns pouring in like molten iron, interweaving in the void, wrapping around them, and then quickly left, bringing them away. A group of people appeared by the restricted region lord. The restricted region lord nodded, not saying too much, having them leave. Stone Village was just like before. After a century passed, the spiritual essence of this place was now far greater than in other places. It was because there were divine medicines planted here, formations protecting it, the 9 dragons pulling coffin holding this place down. Shihao came back. Someone cried out. After 100 years passed, several more generations of people appeared in Stone Village, the population becoming more and more prosperous. There were still some things that were unavoidable. Everyone grew old one day. Some people already left this world. The clan chief Xianxia was already extremely old, now almost 500 years of age. His hair was snow-white, wrinkles everywhere. He now arrived at the front of the village to see Shihao under the support of others. Grandpa Chief. Shihao's eyes turned sore. After not meeting for a century, the clan chief was already old. This was still the result after he helped him cleanse his meridians. After all, the elder's cultivation wasn't that high, not walking the great Tao path. In this cultivationless age, no matter how profound one's cultivation became, it still couldn't compare to cultivators of the past at all. It's good as long as you came back. Good as long as you are safe. The old clan chief's hands were shaking slightly as they grabbed Shihao's hands. He knew that he was now already old, not having many years left to live. He was now the only one left from his generation. All of them had long been buried under the mountain tombs. During these years, he had always been rather lonely, always reminiscing about his old companions. Stone villagers from that generation didn't have high cultivations, to the extent where many of them didn't even walk the path of cultivation. After the cultivationless age descended, all types of medicine's effects were reduced, making it difficult for them to live long. She supported the old clan chief. Xiling and his wife were also here. They were still better off because their cultivation levels were still rather high. Shihao walked up, also holding Yunfeng, deeply feeling the ruthlessness of time, the corrosion of the years. Of the elders of the past, Grandpa Chief was now the only one left. He turned around. Even Dazhuang, Ermeng, Pihu and the others already had white hair. His childhood companions now all old. Meanwhile, Dazhuang and the others' fathers, even though they cultivated that generation as strong as Yunfeng, they were already gone, passing on. Shihao felt pain inside. The fate of mortality was difficult to stop. In the end, they would still part one day. He found this hard to accept, difficult to bear, his heart sore. The later generations of Stone Village were stronger than the previous generations. This was undoubtedly because the conditions were different. They all had a great foundation established. I don't want to see all of you grow old and die. Shihao really was greatly shaken, howling inside. When he returned today, he felt a type of unprecedented urgency. His nose turned sour. He wanted to change everything. He didn't want to see the people at his side leave one after another, die of old age. However, what could he even do? Could divine medicines and other things preserve these people? This affected Shihao way too much. He was already extremely strong, yet he was still so helpless. Age was something that couldn't be defied. Not even someone as powerful as a supreme being had any way of reversing this. Grandpa Chief. Shihao supported him. Yunfeng really was old. Now old and gray-haired, blood energy dried up, body weak. I won't let Grandpa Chief continue to get older, Shihao said. He produced a bottle of liquid, wishing for Yunfeng to drink it. This was immortal blood he gathered from the damn world. already refined, obtaining some undying matter. The instant he opened the container, everyone was moved. There was a clear fragrance that wafted out from within, the droplets of blood inside like exquisite wine. It had been repeatedly refined, the killing energy and harmful substances all refined away, already becoming great medicine. Sure, Hao spent a century there, but he only ended up refining a few containers. This liquid was priceless, even more precious than divine medicines after they entered the cultivationless age. Under the current sky, he was the only one who could refine this immortal blood. Even though the essence had flowed away with only some bits remaining, others still couldn't refine it. Their bodies would explode before they even got close to the immortal corpse. The immortal Tao force was incomparable. When Clan Chief Shi Yunfeng understood what this was, he had a gratified expression on his face, fulfilled and calm. Foolish child, you can prolong Grandpa's life for a bit, perhaps 1, 2, or 3 eras, right? In this lifetime, I already have no regrets. Being able to watch you grow up, seeing how you can already look down on the world, what else is there for me to complain about? Grandpa can't accompany you for your entire life. I cannot reach a level where I can coexist with the world, becoming undying. I am only an ordinary elder. In life, what is worth having the most are joy and peace, and I already have both. I always had them during these years. I am already content. The old clan chief patted his hand, his face carrying a benevolent smile, incredibly satisfied. So many years passed, his old companions already all left this world. He also wished to see them now. Shi Yunfeng refused, not ingesting the immortal blood. He knew that his own grandson needed it more than him. In the future, if there was a vicious battle, this would definitely be a life-saving treasure. However, how could Shi Hao give up? The old clan chief raised him up, influencing his entire life, the one he was least willing to see dead. At night, he quietly refined the medicinal blood into the old clan chief's body, ensuring that he didn't die from old age. We're going to battle. Shi Hao didn't immediately bring them back to the damn world, instead starting to explore the world, opening all types of secret realms. During this period, he gathered all types of ancient books and records. He listened to some legends of the locals, and then used these as clues, searching the world's remains and other places. In several years, he opened up 4 or 5 small worlds, all of them left behind from the ancient times. They were all great treasuries. Wall of gods and devils. This was a place of self-tempering. For the sake of heading into the higher realms, when he was young, Shi Hao searched for all kinds of different paths previously heading there. However, it was quite regrettable the path there had already been cut short. That path had already been used by a giant tortoise. The massive tortoise with Supreme Hall on its back ascended into the higher realms through the wall of gods and devils. Even though Shi Hao didn't successfully use this place back then, it left him with a deep impression. Wall of gods and devils, scars of the archaic times. He didn't forget these 8 words. The carvings of gods and devils were incredibly astonishing. There were all types of stone engravings and battlefields. One could fight with many archaic vicious spirits here. Inside of every single stone gate, there would be a powerful creature that corresponded with the stone engraving. At this point, how could Shi Hao not know what kind of place this was? It was a place used by the ancient people to train troops. When the immortal ancient great era was destroyed, there were surviving experts who were unwilling, creating this training ground. Those were predecessors who died in war. Just how many years separated those who built the wall and the so-called immortal ancient great era? That was an era that should be called archaic. The woman who folded paper boats. Shi Hao became absent-minded. In one of the stone engravings, he saw the paper boat folding woman. His eyes became deep, as if he could peer through time and space, gazing all the way to the Kuan Peng nest. He previously discovered black paper boats that were dyed in blood there. They don't seem to be people who belong to this time-space. Why is it that she also left behind some traces here? Shi Hao thought to himself. Soon afterwards, he became absent-minded. This should be something created by others. Only, were there people who met the paper boat folding woman even before the archaic times? Why is this engraving so similar to a person? Chao Yuxing cried out in alarm. When he walked out of his burial cave, he moved together with Shi Hao, entering the higher realms. The heavenly horned ant was also like this, following him here right now. Yi Qingxian, the heavenly horned ant, was also shocked. There were many remains here. They discovered that there were also some engravings of Yi Qingxian. These two had both visited Desolate Borders Imperial Pass. They had met Yi Qingxian. Shi Hao was stunned. Even he was shocked. How could this be? How could Yi Qingxian already have appeared before the archaic times? There were already people who saw her in that age carving her here? How was this possible? That was clearly a young lady. Shi Hao had more than one interaction with her. He never sensed an aura of great changes from her body. What was going on here? In the end, it had already been a long time since he met Yi Qingxian. After the Desolate Border War completely ended, Yi Qingxian disappeared. We actually made this discovery. Shi Hao, the heavenly horned ant, and Chao Yuxing all felt a deep sense of shock, finding it hard to understand. In the end, Shi Hao ordered Mu Qing and the others to investigate this, to search through the various lands. Not long afterwards, they headed into the higher realms. Shi Hao personally made arrangements, using the influence of Imperial Court, to find all types of clues regarding Yi Qingxian. In the end, he was shocked. There really were clues in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Someone found her statue in certain remains. How is that possible? Chao Yuxing was stunned. He had also met Yi Qingxian. That was an old monster? However, this should be the case. Based on what they learned in Imperial Pass, Yi Qingxian was only a young lady, not an old witch. There are more clues. Mu Qing received a report, informing Shi Hao. It was rumored that many years ago, there were people who previously saw Yi Qingxian's statue in Origin Ancient Mine. Origin Ancient Mine, the inside was extremely mysterious. Those who entered almost all died. Difficult for them to continue living. There were all types of dangers and oddities. However, in the end, there were still some who were lucky enough to come out alive. For example, Shi Hao, he himself went in there before, obtaining the hand gestures of 6 Dao reincarnations from that place. It seems like it is time to make a trip there, Shi Hao said. You are going to go into Origin Ancient Mine? Chao Yuxing and the heavenly horned ant both opposed it, because that place was too strange, now already sealed up. I am now already a supreme being, it's time to take a look. I recall that there is even a stock of long life medicine inside. If possible, I wish to bring it out. Shi Hao insisted on proceeding, not feeling any fear. Origin Ancient Mine was peaceful and boundless. In the past, there was a lot of black blood that flowed out. It was sealed up by many people working together. It had now already been many years since anyone approached. In the end, Shi Hao went down, advancing alone, rejecting all others who wished to go with him. Below, there were many paths, complex like a maze. Back then, Shi Hao almost died. But now, he advanced in a calm manner, not facing any dangers. Turns out it was like this, actually a gate. It leads to Immortal Domain. Shi Hao revealed a strange expression. The aura from that gate was extremely familiar. It was not the first time he sensed it. It was similar to the gate Shi Hao used when he entered this realm before. He never expected there to be a gate hidden in this Origin Ancient Mine. However, it had already been completely sealed. In the past, the Protector's descendant Dugu Yun had also found this place, wishing to find clues regarding his ancestors. However, in the end, black blood poured out, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Hong! Shi Hao tried to attack it, see if he could smash through it in one strike. If he could, then he could enter Immortal Domain through this entrance. This was clearly a path. In that instant, a mysterious aura surged. Black blood seeped out from that gate, pouring out. It really is strange. Isn't this a gate that leads to Immortal Domain? Why is there an inauspicious aura? Black blood seeping out. Shi Hao continued to attack it. That gate remained unaffected. Only inauspicious black blood flowing out, appearing here. My path of return. Who is knocking on it? An indistinct and weak voice sounded, as if it came from billions of years ago, as if there was an endless world separating them. the long river of time standing in between. In that instant, Hao was shaken. He knew what kind of place this was. This was similar to the 3,000 provinces Fiend Island, the path of return for an unmatched taboo existence. Only this expert really was strong, or it could be said that he was close, actually sensing that someone was battering the gate someone left behind for him. Is he in Immortal Domain or in the Realm Sea? Or perhaps he just stole a gate from Immortal Domain, refined it for his own use. Hao said to himself. Unfortunately, that long-life medicine was nowhere to be found. He only saw some traces by the entrance, indicating that a long-life medicine previously moved through this place. It entered the world behind that gate? Hao searched all of Origin Ancient Mine. At his cultivation realm, he still faced some dangers, but they were all neutralized by him. He reached the deepest region. Sure enough, he saw a stone statue. It was actually in Xianxia's appearance. What a coincidence! She really did appear endless years ago. Hao frowned. It was because the stone statue was too ancient, belonging to the last great era, left behind during Immortal Ancient Great Era. If Xianxia was an old monster from the archaic times, Hao could still barely accept it. However, if they were to say that she was someone from the last great era, then that was a bit too much, hard to believe. In the end, Hao left Origin Ancient Mine, but he ordered Mu Qing and the others to note down that this place was just like Immortal Tomb, viewed as a path of return, extremely dangerous. Hao warned everyone that they couldn't get close. Great One. There are new discoveries in a certain ruin in the 9 heavens. A stone village disciple reported to Hao. Hao set out personally. This time he was a bit stunned, immediately seeing quite a bit of familiar scenery. The main thing was a stone diagram, extremely blurry, but it truly recorded some things. In the stone engraving, there was a great cauldron that devoured the sun and moon. There were 2 girls standing there, one Xianxia, one the previous white-clothed empress, the latter folding blood-dyed paper boats. Hao immediately felt a huge headache. Imperial Court's influence was now tremendous. If they really wanted to investigate something at full force, they would find clues quickly. A larger half of the past 800 disciples remained in the higher realms, taking in many experts from different clans, establishing an extremely astonishing organization. Thus, when Hao gave the order, soon afterwards someone gave him all types of clues, finding these remains. Interesting, that girl who had appeared before endless years ago also appeared in the present world. Just what kind of background does she have exactly? Chao Yuxing pondered over this. He believed that he might have met a kindred spirit. Was she buried by someone too? Or did she bury herself, thus appearing in this age? Hao remained silent, not saying anything. It was because he had seen the white-clothed empress as well. The impression she left him with too deep, as if she wasn't someone who belonged to this time-space. Where are you all from? Do you not belong to this time-space? Hao gazed into the starry skies. He stood under the night scene alone, couldn't help but start thinking to himself. The stars in the sky really were brilliant. He opened his supreme being heavenly eyes, wishing to peer through the everlasting, see through the long river of time. In the 9 heavens 10 earths, Xianxia's remains were found in many ruins. Some clues regarding the empress also related to her. This really was incomparably shocking. However, this was still the limit. They didn't make any further discoveries. But there was already no Xianxia to be found in this world. It was unknown where she was, what place she was currently at. Desolate Borders battle ended less than 400 years ago. Where could she even go? He didn't find her no matter where he searched, but she didn't enter Immortal Domain back then, disappearing silently just like that. Even though this matter was extremely strange and also extremely astonishing when he thought deeply about it, there was no way Hao would invest extra energy either. There were more important matters awaiting him. He needed to cultivate, truly rise up before the great showdown descended. Even if it wasn't for himself, for his clansmen, for his close friends, he still had to continue living, becoming strong enough. Only that way could he protect an area, not let blood and chaos arise. He prepared to continue on his way, to visit the damn world. This time, he was going to bring even more people with him. Apart from Mu Qing, Heavenly Horned Ant, Crimson Dragon, and the others, There were several hundred from the 800 disciples, all of them coming with him to sharpen themselves. The cultivationless age descended, making the people of this world despair. Meanwhile, even though the damn world was dangerous, there was still hope there. If one could make it through in that place, they would obtain tremendous benefits. This time, the restricted region lord gave them 150 years, prolonging it. Mu Qing, Crimson Dragon, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others were all moved. 150 years, together with their current cultivation period, it already exceeded the gateway of 500 years. Could they find an opportunity, break through into the Supreme Being realm? They were hopeful, their emotions rising and falling. Hong! Dazzling radiance shone, the sky flickering with symbols, formation patterns wrapping around several hundred people, bringing them to the damn world once again. This time, Hao was especially careful. Even the heavenly horned ant Mu Qing and the others were careful. It was because even more people came, so they had to watch over them. After all, these disciples weren't as strong as themselves. They needed to be protected in the beginning. 150 years, for them, was extremely long. There were some whose natures were strong, but in the end, they couldn't hold on, dying near the lightning abyss. When more than 10 people died, Mu Qing and the others warned them that they couldn't try to be brave, to act according to their own abilities. Even Hao was alarmed, coming here and telling them that there were still many chances in the future. Everyone still had time to grow, to not be anxious here. Don't try to run before you can walk. In cultivation, the natural is extremely important. Don't try to force it. Hao's voice was grave, saying how for the sake of becoming a supreme being, he ended up having many hidden dangers. If he didn't redo it, his great Tao path would have been snapped right there. Many people sat at the edge of the lightning abyss, no longer trying to be brave. 150 years passed by quickly. Hao could sense that his accumulation grew even deeper, but his Tao skills didn't improve. Still unable to ascend to immortality, he released a light sigh. Immortal ascension was no easy feat after all. Even though he reached the peak of mortal Tao, he still couldn't take that extra step. Was it really related to cultivation time? He frowned. He previously heard that immortal ascension was too difficult, needing time to slowly mature, slowly comprehend. Even if one's Tao skills were ample, without reaching a certain age, it couldn't be done. Perhaps this is also a type of tempering, perfect what is already outstanding. Only then can one truly ascend to a higher level. He consoled himself. 150 years passed. Hao went to the lightning abyss to pick up Mu Qing and the others. The hundreds of disciples were all excited. Their Tao skills made improvements, many of them increasing in level. However, the leading figures were still dispirited, unable to break through into the Supreme Being realm. Now, these people were all older than 500 years of age, but they still couldn't see any hope, unable to undo the shackles of self-release realm. Without a doubt, the heavenly horned ant Mu Qing and the others all along stood at the absolute peak of self-release realm, just a hair away, but they just couldn't break through. The emperor butterfly fluttered about, resplendent like gold. With a light flap of its wings, the heavens and earth would collapse, killing deities and Buddhas alike, but it just couldn't reach the Supreme Being level. The lightning spirits gained the most benefits. Their cultivation levels had long caught up, their evolved forms now even more shocking. They weren't true dragons, but their auras weren't any weaker. These three creatures were now half a person in height, movements fast like lightning, destructive force too great. Even Mu Qing and the others weren't willing to face all three of them at the same time. Unfortunately, the three lightning spirits couldn't become supreme beings either. When they returned to Stone Village, they found that there were a few more graves on the mountain behind the village. The passage of time was irreversible. The old clan chief was still alive, the immortal blood from the past containing vigorous life essence energy, extending his life force considerably. Now, even though he was old, his spirit was still healthy. "Swap out our men," Hao said. Last time, he didn't bring all of the disciples with him because the imperial court needed them, so he left half of them behind. This time, he was going to bring that group with him. Oh! After a period of rest, a howl rang through the village, scaring the little children. During all these years, Stone Village had always been peaceful and calm. This roar was too shocking. Stone. It's that stone. It's alive again. There were kids who cried out. Next to the 9 dragons pulling coffin, a stone was rolling and howling. The divine striking stone woke up. Palipala. It was cracking apart, shedding off a large part of itself. The inside was sparkling and translucent, releasing primal chaos energy. A wave of boundless force surged outwards. So, sure how immediately reacted, raising his hand and grabbing it, then throwing it into outer space. It was because its aura was too powerful it would harm the villagers. Hong. In outer space, a great star directly exploded, smashed into by the divine striking stone, turning into dazzling flames, destroyed in the starry sky. Ao. Which bastard is attacking this great one? The divine striking stone screamed. Immediately afterwards, Sure How appeared in outer space, standing at its side, not afraid of the fiery light and star fragments all. He seized it with a single grab. Brat! What cultivation level are you at now? The divine striking stone was stunned. When it woke up, its entire body was releasing primal chaos, about to turn into the most precious treasure. Yet it couldn't do anything to Sure How. I've killed even ruined immortals? Do you want to give it a try? Sure How asked. The divine striking stone immediately lost all of its temper. Originally, it wanted to act cocky, fight Sure How for a bit, but it now immediately became listless. When they returned to the surface, it quickly got caught up on everything that happened during these years. It immediately cried out, noisily saying that it wanted to go to that damn world. Please bring me there. I want to achieve immortality. This time, Mu Qing, Shizhong, the Crimson Dragon, and others didn't go. They felt like the lightning abyss didn't have much meaning for them anymore. No matter how they continued to temper themselves there, they couldn't enter the Supreme Being realm. In the end, Sure How brought the heavenly horned ant with him. He wanted to try again, see if there were any opportunities. He wanted to become a supreme being, help the others produce a path. Of course, the divine striking stone had to go. This time, it lasted for 200 years. The heavenly horned ant was still like before, not breaking through, forcefully stopped right there. During these 200 years, the divine striking stone went crazy, pleading Sure How to catch a lightning pool for it. It crazily devoured many of them. Stone Village's disciples' eyes all went completely wide. In the end, it even more so went to the damn world, crazily eating stones, leaving even Sure How speechless. The divine striking stone was also stuck, unable to become a supreme being. They returned, coming back to Stone Village. In this life, Sure How was now over 700 years old, while the others like Mu Qing, Heavenly Horned Ant, and others didn't necessarily cultivate for much shorter than him. Unfortunately, they were all stuck. Why? Is the cultivationless age this terrifying? We already changed to a different place, but we couldn't even find hope in the damn world. Someone said with a sigh. In the following years, Sure How researched ancient texts, trying to find ways to deal with this situation. He finally discovered some clues. There were some recordings left behind in a ruined jade book from the last great era that helped him dispel his doubts. The descent of the cultivationless age. The most terrifying was the blade of heaven's will that hacked at the body. If one wished to achieve the Tao again, it would be extremely difficult. This reality was difficult to change no matter where they went. For these people, no matter where they were, they still experienced the cultivationless age. They experienced the most intense changes of heaven and earth. Everyone was swept through by the blade of heaven's will. Even Sure How was almost not an exception before. This was etched into their bones. On the mountain behind the village, among the new graves and old graves, there were many more. This left Sure How disappointed and frustrated. Dazhuang, Ermeng, and the others all grew old, while many of their parents were already no longer in this world. Before he left behind immortal blood medicines, but no one used them. My dad said that eating it is the same as wasting it, that he will leave it for the future, for others who need it. Pihu said. The most naughty and mischievous child from back then was now already in his late years. Pihu, Dazhuang, Huzi, Ermeng. Sure How hugged them, his voice shaking slightly, choking with emotions. His childhood companions had now all aged. He was worried that he might never see them again. Xianxia didn't dare leave. When he went into seclusion, there were immediately so many who departed from this world, many eternally separated. He could never see them again. He cared a lot about these comrades. He was scared that when he went to cultivate, these people would also be sleeping under graves. Xianxia still had immortal blood on him. The village had divine medicines, but even if all of it was used, how many could be saved? Moreover, Dazhuang, Ermeng and the others all insisted that they wouldn't eat them. What about my blood? Xianxia lowered his head. He still hadn't achieved immortality. There was no way it could be refined into undying blood medicine. However, he still tried refining his own true blood. Stop! This will harm your own Dao skills. Right now, you shouldn't think about anything. Just quickly break through the peak of mortal Dao. Achieving immortality is the most important. Dazhuang grabbed his arm. It's fine. Let me give it a try. Xianxia shook his head. However, his childhood comrades all rushed up, stopping him. Everyone dies one day. How long can you keep us here? One era, 2 eras, in the end we will still part. We might as well just pass away naturally in our home. Wuxia said. Xianxia was disappointed and frustrated, his heart extremely bitter. He agreed on the surface, but he still took action in secret, refining his own essence blood, helping them cleanse their bodies at night. In the following period of time, Xianxia even refined the immortal corpse in Western Tomb, obtaining several jars of blood medicine, and then he brought people into the higher realm. After several hundred centuries, Imperial Court was now majestic, becoming a huge power. Mu Qing, Shizhong, Zhu Lin, and the others did well, enlightening the creatures of darkness. Now, the wars over the 9 heavens 10 earths had all stopped, the bloody battles in the darkness regions ending. The various inheritances all saw the benefits of will force, all of them building temples. However, this type of will force was related to Xianxia's creation process, related to Imperial Court. The world was now calm, Imperial Court's temples built in various places, the most powerful will force gathering there. Something is strange, Xianxia said to himself. He could sense that after arriving in the higher realms, the various divine statues Imperial Court built accumulated tremendous will force, surging towards him. This was the accumulation of hundreds of years, now reaching a critical point. It immediately surrounded him. This is a path, achieving immortality through will force. Xianxia frowned. However, it didn't agree with the path he was currently taking. Even so, this still brought him tremendous enlightenment. Perhaps it can establish other paths for Mu Qing, the Crimson Dragon, and the others. Imperial Court became more and more prosperous, truly reaching a grand scale. It didn't seem like they were in a cultivationless age, looking more as if they were in a golden age. Found it! That giant tortoise appeared. That day, Zhu Lin cried out in joy, coming to report to Xianxia. During these years, Xianxia gave them a mission, which was precisely to find Supreme Hall, find Qi Daolin. They found Supreme Hall, carried by a giant tortoise. It appeared at the edge of the 3,000 provinces, tearing apart the great earth, smoke and dust surging. Xianxia set out personally, hurrying there, capturing that giant tortoise. Normal people really had no way of capturing it. This giant tortoise was too big, possessing inconceivable strength. It's not a real living creature. Its body was refined into a puppet, its primordial spirit retaining a bit of self-awareness. This is simply a weapon. Xianxia saw through its true nature. When he was young, he had seen this massive tortoise before, just nearby Stone Village. It had previously reached out a great claw, covering heaven and earth. Now he saw it again, 800 years passing by just like that. Back then, he thought that Supreme Hall intentionally set up a diversion, that this massive tortoise carrying a palace was fake. But now, it seemed like he worried too much. This was the true inheritance. The mountain treasure has appeared in Stone Village. It left it there. Xianxia sighed. Sure enough, after capturing the giant tortoise, he found the complete inheritance inside the palace. Many recordings inside. I'll leave it to Imperial Court. Hand it to Stone Village's children. Xianxia said. This inheritance was extremely special. Master Qi. When Shi Hao was organizing the texts, his heart trembled. He cried out. He saw a soul lamp, but it had already gone out. The last words of the dying were left here, some words carved, left behind by Qi Daolin. Qi Daolin found Supreme Hall when he was alive. Moreover, he discovered a path, seeing that there was a bone gate at the end of it. After leaving behind a soul lamp, he charged in. Shi Hao's eyes were a bit sore, shedding tears. His mouth continuously repeated the two words Qi Daolin. He knew that this was the primordial gate. Back then, Willow Deity and the little pagoda departed precisely through that gate. How did Qi Daolin discover it? He charged in rashly. Now his soul lamp already went out. This was enough to explain everything. Shi Hao went on his way alone. He carried great sorrow. Even after all these years, he always had imperial courts people search for Qi Daolin. But in the end, this was the result he waited for. He charged into that uninhabited region. As for him, he had even fought in Desolate Border. Why would he fear this place? However, he knew that this place was strange, indeed having great dangers. All of it was left behind from Immortal Ancient, so he had to be a bit more careful. There was a blood pool there, extremely bewitching. Even from far away, it felt as if one's soul would be sucked in. This was a scene Shi Hao encountered 2 years after entering this place. True immortals died in battle, more than one corpse left here. They turned into blood, gathering into a pool. He saw through the truth. If not for him being a supreme being, when normal people came here, it really would be dangerous. With a raise of Shi Hao's hand, divine light shone endlessly, refining this blood pool, seeing if there was any essence left, if he could extract any immortal blood. Great medicine. Pooh! In the end, a clump of yellow earth flew out. This blood pool dried up, the yellow earth chunk flying towards him. Pong! Shi Hao formed a magical imprint, immediately smashing it aside. That yellow earth was too strange, it could corrode all things, even the void melting. Undying beings, true immortals, after they died, their corpses were piled here, flesh becoming mud. It is this type of thing. Shi Hao understood. The blood pool didn't have any essence. It instead nurtured this type of sinister object. This lump of earth was too terrifying. If not for Shi Hao being strong enough, he really would have been injured by it. In the end, he continuously took action, sealing it up. This was a vile object, but it was also a rare material for refining treasures. 3 years later, Shi Hao continuously searched about in the boundless, uninhabited region, encountering a vicious battle. Those were heroic spirits, trapped in an ancient cave. There were extreme formations shining. Within them were past undying beings, the ruined souls of true immortals that turned into spiritual bodies, their strength extremely terrifying. Even though they didn't have their past peak strength, they weren't much weaker than ruined immortals. Shi Hao discovered this nest of heroic spirits, some formed from undying beings, some formed from the ruined souls of true immortals, naturally encountering dangers. Only after struggling for more than a year did he kill them all with great difficulty. Tears of an immortal king. 5 years later, when Shi Hao was about to conclude his journey in the uninhabited region, he gathered a drop of sparkling liquid. The aura was extremely terrifying, enough for a self-release realm cultivator to refine. After carefully studying it, he discovered some spiritual imprints. This was the tear of an immortal king. For creatures of the mortal Tao, it possessed a fatal threat. That day, Shi Hao heard a miserable cry. When he raised his hand, he saw a comet-like radiance tear through the sky, crossing the 9 heavens 10 earths. It was too brilliant. A ruined immortal? He was shocked. His pupils immediately contracted, chasing after it. Then he saw a law blade hack into that ruined immortal, cleaving him into 2. He fell onto the great earth, clearly unable to survive. "Who is pursuing you?" Shi Hao asked. This was too strange. After all these years, he was always looking for the other 3 ruined immortals. But in the end, he didn't obtain any results. He never expected there to be a divine light flying across the world today. A ruined immortal falling. Great settling. The great showdown is starting. That ruined immortal cried out, his eyes filled with horror.